to get familiar with those Melodious cards as well. We fused into Baja, which is another one of the new cards for the deck, and Baja just needs 2 Melodious monsters. We used the Refrain, and now we are just going into the effect of Baja. And I mean, Melodious is actually a really, really interesting deck for this weekend overall, because Melodious just can work as a pure deck, as Dennis is bringing it here, but it can also technically just work as an engine within basically any kind of deck, because the activation of Ostinato, contrarian to Branded Fusion, doesn't lock you into any extra deck mechanics for the rest of the turn. There are other parts of the deck which do lock you. For example, First Move in Solo, which is also a very old but very good card for the deck. But the Ostinato, as I said, doesn't. So you could just go for your Melodious stuff in theory and then follow it up with whatever you like, be it Snake Eyes, be it Voiceless Voice. You can create a field of Link monsters before, for example, a somewhat free Appaloosa, and then follow things through. And we get to resolve the effect of Baja here. Also, let me just quickly fix you the life points of Dennis, because Dennis, nice of Brian to do that, but Dennis now has 10,000 life points due to a double Upstart Goblin being activated. And Brian cannot even stop reading Baja. He cannot believe how powerful this card is, because not only does it search a monster, but also it gets to special summon out now another monster. Pretty impressive start here right away for Dennis. And Brian has his graveyard loaded up with spell cards, and therefore is able not only to activate the Widow Anchor to negate the opponent's monster, but also to take control of it. Which now is maybe an issue for him too, though, because if there is another Widow Anchor, he would not be able to activate that second copy of Widow Anchor anymore, as he now controls a monster. But let's see whether that is even a problem for him, as Dennis is still continuing to summon out monsters. He doesn't stop here just yet. And of course, Brian, maybe not super familiar with the new cards, but he's familiar enough with them to realize that now the second interruption that he has set there is going to come into place. Forbidden Droplet is going to negate the activation of that second Melodious monster coming down there. And now Dennis going through the graveyard. Still, like, Brian, after drawing so many cards, only essentially set up Widow Anchor and Forbidden Droplet. And the thing with those Orust Sky Striker strategies is, usually, they don't play any kind of hand interaction. So you cannot really expect Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, you cannot really expect Nibiru, the Primal Being, or something like that. It relies on just having all those powerful field-breaking cards, like we just saw Widow Anchor, Forbidden Droplet, and all those kind of things. And therefore, now that Dennis played through Widow Anchor and Forbidden Droplet, it feels like he might be kind of good to go from here on. And it might be smooth sailing all the way from here. But let's not be too quick. Let's see how he executes this. Let's see whether he can set up a field that maybe is able to OTK this turn, maybe to go for game in this turn, end it quickly, end it right here. Because let me tell you, if Brian gets another turn, he is probably in a decent position to recover. I could see him, because like this deck is very much known to have a lot of resources. I can tell you that. This deck is very good with resources overall. And we have resources in the graveyard, which we don't really have that many of here at the moment. Like just spell cards, which is good for the striker part of the deck. But the Orust part of the deck just really didn't get going last turn. So maybe if he gets another turn, he can also get that engine going then, which would be very helpful for him. And very needed too, because let's face it, that was not the start that he was looking for at all. He was trying to set up a lot, but he got to do very little there on the opening turn. So yeah, the Chopina was negated, as we saw. That was the first monster the Widow Anchor was used on, and then that card was basically also used to negate the Soprano. With the Melodious cards, of course, you may notice that they all are named after famous musicians. There was Bacha, the new extra deck card, named after Bach. And okay, so we got some monsters on the field. We also fusion summoned the other fusion monster that is now being splashed, but also there in the pure version of the deck, and that is Schuberta, another classic. And Schuberta actually is pretty cool, because Schuberta says during either player's turn you can target up to 3 cards in any graveyard and banish them, which is very, very powerful against the said Orust part of the deck, because yeah, they want to have cards in their graveyard, and they need to use those cards in the graveyard very, very badly to get going. So if you, before they activate a Harp Horror, a Nightmare, or something like that, if you can go after these cards before they're able to activate them, before Brian is able to activate them, that might turn out to be a really, really, really big problem. But let's see whether you can still manage anyways. So, also, let's not forget, there's Arya the Melodious Diva on the field as well. And while Arya is special summoned on the field, Melodious monsters you control cannot be targeted by card effects or be destroyed by battle. And so, the Widow Anchor, which we, for example, just saw, is not going to work against all of the Melodious monsters on the field there currently. One card that we saw there that still works is Forbidden Droplet. So, Forbidden Droplet would be a way to just get through those monsters here, and would maybe be the way to handle those things here. But yeah, as I was doing a very quick intro in the beginning, let me again tell you, this is the beginning of the national season. It's the first national championship of the entire season, and we are having plenty of them. I love that time of the year, having one big event after the other every weekend. Every weekend there's Yu-Gi-Oh! Action all weekend long. And this weekend we can start it off in style. Oh, that is a very preemptive usage of the Schuberta, banishing the Widow Anchor and banishing the Orust monsters there from the graveyard as well. And looking at the hand of Brian, I think I see a lot of monster cards. And that's why the turn of him was over so quickly last turn. Because he had the normal summon of Armageddon, and then that was refused. And then he had nothing after to play with anymore. So let's see whether that can change this turn now. He's looking for the graveyard. His resources aren't there in the graveyard anymore. So, oh, that doesn't look like a very powerful turn, as he just sets one monster and gives it back over to Dennis. And Dennis, with the new cards from Legacy of Destruction, with all the momentum right now, is going into his turn and now shows, which he didn't really even do that much last turn, that also there's pendulum cards in his deck that can be activated into the pendulum scales as well. Like, they have useful pendulum effects, as we just see him activating the Kublai there. And this says you can only pendulum summon light monsters, which is not that big of a problem when you're playing a monster full of light monsters, to be honest. And also, if you do not control any face-up monsters other than Melodious monsters, and there is only Melodious monsters basically in his deck, you can add one Melodious spell trap from your deck, which we just saw him doing. So that is now another fusion summon. We activate the effect of Refrain in the extra deck. This is looking good, and I'm interested in why Brian decided to not pick up his cards here, and I think he just wants to see more for the moment. He's not entirely certain about the whole Melodious deck, and he wants to use this game 1 now wisely to get to know all the cards completely. He wants to be sure, wants to make sure he's well equipped for maybe a potential game 2 and 3, and therefore that is what he's trying to do at the moment. Okay, that's just the battle phase. We see the set monster turns out to be a Harp Horror. That Harp Horror now is in the graveyard, where it is going to be able to do a lot more, of course. And nothing else is coming his way there. So that's everything he has to deal with for the moment. And I think we did summon out the Flowering Atoll, the Melodious Magnificat there. And that one is also kind of a good card, because it also is an interruption on the opponent's turn, saying as a quick effect you can banish until the end phase any number of Melodious monsters you control, and then you can return up to that many face-up cards your opponent controls to the hand as well, which, I mean, is definitely quite strong. Brian drawing a card for turn, is it going to be one that he can use? Because, as I said, cards like Widow Anchor and stuff, they just don't really do a whole lot against a Melodious deck that has Arya on the field, but now at least there is the Harp Horror in the graveyard. Harp Horror recently being bumped up on the Forbidden and Limited list, now able to play more copies of it again. Brian shuffling through the 3 cards in his hand. Is he going to be able to do something with it. Thinking, almost summoning it, but not quite yet. And Dennis sitting there, calm as always, having Arya on the field. Okay, that's the normal summon of Gyusu now. That's a very powerful normal summon that in 2019 you didn't really have, but now you have access to this card, which is a huge bump to the strategy. And on the summon of that, we can just send one Orust card from our deck to the graveyard. And it looks like we're considering to send Orust Nightmare or the Skeleton. He doesn't really know which one just yet, but that did look like a Skeleton to me. Okay, for now that's fine, Dennis says. So, double reading his own card now, double reading the Gyusu. And activating the second effect of Gyusu, meaning both players would receive a token, and that is indeed going to happen here. There is the one token for Brian, and then, yeah, for sure both players would be able to get a token. Okay, going into that column right there. And Brian just double checking probably, am I now locked out of enemy mechanics from my extra deck? Can I maybe now only summon Orust monsters or something, or am I free to continue? Now going over the Sky Striker Ace Azalea in his extra deck, which would be a very interesting choice there. But I think like whatever we do, it would probably have to be a Link 2 monster. No immediate answer, and there comes the... Yeah, it is the Azalea. Interestingly enough, that is a card that has not seen huge popularity lately, but we are going to go for it here, and we do go out of a set card that Dennis has there. That is going to be met with the Impermanence. So I think it makes sense to use the Infinite Impermanence here, because the Azalea would have stayed on the field. If there's less than 3 spells in the graveyard, Azalea has to go to the graveyard after she used her summon effect. And... okay, yeah. Just double reading it again. But due to there being a lot of spell cards in the graveyard, of course, of Brian, we get to keep her on the field, and that Impermanence therefore denies the battle phase effect of Azalea now. Dennis also having a quick read there. Why not? Everyone kind of nervous. Brian, of course, kind of being the favorite here, because he did win this tournament. In this place even here in Den Haag 2 years ago. Back in the day, he did it with Sword Soul, but now he's relying on the Orust Sky Striker strategy instead. And... okay, we are going to use the effect banishing the Azalea, but that means now maybe after this Brian is free to continue. As I explained to you earlier, that was the effect of the Flowering Atoll, the Melodious Magnificat, just banishing herself there to banish the to give back to the extra deck the Azalea of his opponent, of Brian. And now Brian going through the graveyard of Dennis, maybe trying to pick up as much information still as possible. Can he continue? Oh, that is a Shark Cannon, meaning there is indeed some use for the graveyard of Dennis. And we can just summon out the Orange Light that in the first turn was so devastating for his own turn, and now he's trying to build something up by himself with that card. Summoning it out because he, of course, still has 3 spell cards in the graveyard. I love to see those Sky Striker cards returning to the meta game. One of my favorite decks of all time, and now it's making a return here. And it looked very, very bad for Brian here for most of the time, because he didn't get anything going, but now it almost seems like there's nothing really stopping him from playing here. But let's not be too quick, because the pure Melodious deck, let me tell you that, does actually have a lot of space for non-engine cards in their deck, because the engine is not super, super big. You can, as you say, as you see, easily play Herald of Orange Light, but there would technically, theoretically, also be space for more than that. But first of all, we're going to use these two monsters to go into Galatea. We brought out Nightmare from the deck, so that's an additional resource now, of course, in the graveyard. Galatea is going to put one card from the Banish Zone back, and we are going to set one Orchest Spell Trap card from our deck. And that is going to be Orchestrated Return. Normally you want to go for Babel to have great interruption on the opponent's turn, but I think Brian is just looking to somehow get into this game, somehow maybe get the cards he needs. I think he figured for the moment this is not going to be enough, so I need to draw more cards, and therefore I need another copy of Orchestrated Return here. But before... Oh, okay. Oh, we even have a card to discard from the hand, though, so we don't have to give up the Galatea from field. We're going to send Harper from the hand, draw 2 more cards. I mean, it's kind of snowballing here, honestly. Like, Brian is getting more and more cards. He has his graveyard set up more and more. Dennis already used the bounce effect of his monsters, so I think he's... I mean, for like on the field, he's out of interruptions. Still, of course, the protection effect of Arias is there, but besides that, of Aria rather, she's not a Labyrinth monster. Yeah, overall, this, even though it looked very, very bad, and we just set a monster one turn, and we passed the first turn with no monsters, now might be the turn where Brian actually gets stuff going. Checking his graveyard again. That's what I like about the deck. Like Sky Striker Orcust, it was like that back in the day, but it is still like that. It's just a very grindy deck. It's not a very big combo deck where you set up a huge field even though you draw a lot of cards. You're just trying to grind the opponent out. You have setup in the graveyard like basically every turn, recycling your stuff through Galatea, through other cards as well. And you can just basically play the resource game forever, and you can then just grind your opponent down to a couple of cards, and you will come out on top as the game progresses. Like, the longer the game goes, I think the Orust Sky Striker deck is usually favored to also take it down then. But for now, we are going to summon out the Dingirsu. Dingirsu is going to send that Aria to the graveyard. Let's see what's next. Is there anything else? I mean, for now, honestly, it looks really, really, really good. I think everyone will agree that this is a pretty decent start here overall for him. After having 2 turns of basically doing nothing, there's now a Harp Horror back on the field as well. Yeah, you can see by Dennis' facial expression, he would be happier if he would have just ended it last turn, if he would have had the power to push through on that first turn that he got there. Or it was even his second turn, where he only faced 1 set monster, but he couldn't capitalize. He did deal a little bit of damage, but it wasn't necessarily the greatest. So we just go into the battle phase, we get rid of the token that was summoned by the Girsu, and now we even get to attack for some damage with the Dingirsu. The Girsu, one of those unusual Exceed monsters that has a special way of summoning itself. Like, it's similar to, for example, Zeus. It's similar to the new Typhon, of course, which was the most recent addition to that set, I would say, mechanic. You can just actually summon it out on top of an Orcust Link monster. So that Galatea that was there previously now is the material of the Dingirsu, and then on the summon of that, you can even use the powerful effect of Dingirsu to either send 1 card on the field to the graveyard or attach 1 Orcust card from the Banish Zone, and we did send 1 card in that case. But now it goes over to Dennis again, and yes, that monster had to be banished to bounce the Azalea back to the extra deck, but in the end phase it does return, and that's so strong because now he starts off his turn fresh again with a very big monster on the field, and I'm pretty sure he's ready to rumble again. That Flowering Atoll has 2,800 attack points, so theoretically it would already be big enough to take care of that Dingyisu there, but Dingyisu also, additionally to that summon effect, has the ability to protect destruction for once. Oh yeah, and it looks like we're going to do that. That was only the battle phase. Dennis doesn't really get more stuff going here. The one Widow Anchor, the one Forbidden Droplet that Brian used early in the match, actually enough to kinda do it for him. Ooh, so I think Dennis might have forgotten about the protection effect of Dingyisu, because we attacked the Dingyisu, then Brian was protecting, and then after that, Dennis used the effect to banish the monster and put the Dingyisu back to the extra deck. But that did not really harm Brian too much. I think now, with another turn on his hands, Brian might be able to just get complete control of this game. Because Dennis just still has that one flowering atoll on the field. And it's not so much, like, could be overcome here, quite honestly. So, there comes Skeleton, and Skeleton is going to use its graveyard effect, banishing itself to summon back out an Orcus monster from the graveyard. Just bring back the Galatea that went to the graveyard because it was the material of Dingyisu. And yeah, Dennis wastes no time. He's like, I'm going to get rid of that again, and there is Forbidden Chalice now. We do not only run the Forbidden Droplet, but also the Forbidden Chalice. And therefore, that is not going to happen. We're just not going to get any cards back to the extra deck or back to the hand here at all. And therefore, Brian can just continue, use the effect of that Galatea to now not having the need to draw more cards anymore, but rather being able to activate that orchestrated Babel to the field. Rather set it first, but I'm pretty sure we're going to activate it soon after. There it is. There's the activation of the card too. And that now, in case you're not familiar with that card, means every Orcust effect from here on is going to be a quick effect. And that is so powerful, because you are now able to just use a Harp Horror on your opponent's turn. You're even allowed to use a Galatea on your opponent's turn, and that can create some very, very powerful interruptions, and it makes it even harder for Dennis now to have a say in this game, I would say. Brian, out of nowhere, coming back into this game, and I love it. I love that Orust Sky Striker is back on the map. And yeah, that Dingyisu now is back into the extra deck again, as it was put back into that last turn by Dennis, and we can summon it out freshly again. Here it comes. Sending it to the graveyard. Oh, and was Brian aware of the graveyard effect here, though? Did he realize that there is a graveyard effect for Etoile as well? Because if this face-up fusion summon card in its owner's control leaves the field because of an opponent's card, you can special summon one Melodious monster from your deck or extra deck. So we are even able to access the extra deck through that. The only question I would have, though, is it at this point still considered to be fusion summoned even? Because it returned through its own effect, but that is called by the grave there from Brian. So the two drawers that we got last turn off of the orchestrated return, maybe like one of them was either the Chalice or the Called by the Grave, but that is huge because we deny that graveyard effect there, and that is just going to stop Dennis in his tracks here. Looks like we're entering the battle phase. Dingyisu attacking, connecting for some damage here. There is the Harp Horror also attacking. And Gyisu, last but not least, also putting in some damage. And is that going to be enough maybe to even seal the deal? Not yet, but we can still use the effect of Nightmare. And Nightmare is not only going to send the card, but he's also going to boost the attack there of a monster. I think that was Brian's way of trying to go for game here, putting the life points of Dennis down to 0. But that was denied by Dennis. He held that orange light in hand very, very long, and he now had to use it on the Nightmare, because otherwise I believe the game would have been over. Still, the situation for Dennis doesn't look incredibly good here. So Brian cannot end it here, but he still has a lot of monsters on the field. He has Babel now set up on the field, being able to interact with his opponent as well with Orcust Quick Effect. He still has a main phase too, where he can summon out Link monsters as well, because he's by no means locked into anything but Dark monsters. And Dark monsters, there's plenty in his extra deck, I can tell you that. We see SP Little Knight, one of the options in his extra deck. After a very, very long and grindy game, it's still not over. Also, of course, putting that Dingyisu into the graveyard could create a nice interaction with Skeleton. And okay, we just link off these two monsters, go into IP Masquerena. Dennis activating now the effect of his monster in the scale. So there is some momentum to be gained here again. Because I think we just searched Ostinato there, but did look like Ostinato to me at the very least. Did we just search Ostinato? Oh, Pot of Prosperity being used next. All right. So, Dennis, it's crazy how both of these games, both of these decks so far have been kind of slow in what they did, but they're still absolutely present and around here in this game. And there we see it. There is Effect Veilers, there's Impermanences, there's Ash Blossoms. So theoretically, Dennis has plenty of ways to interrupt Brian's turn, but he just didn't have access to any of them there. And I mean, now those are obviously not going to help him. We picked out the first movement solo, though, and first movement solo might be something that helps him a lot here instead, because first movement solo can just special summon out one Melodious monster from the deck. And there it is, summoning out another copy of, I think this is Couplet. I'm always struggling to pronounce those musicians. I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh player, not a musician. But, oh wait, I think it was Refrain, right? Refrain? Yeah, that is Refrain, for sure. It's Refrain on the field and Couplet in the Pendulum Zone right now. Okay, checking the graveyard again here for Brian. He has to find a good spot here to use his IP Masquerena. He decides that is not yet. We're going to let Dennis continue. It's crazy how grindy this first game is. This is what Brian is here for this weekend. He wants to grind out wins with his Sky Striker Orcus strategy. He brought his deck from 2019. I talked to him in the lobby of the hotel yesterday, and he even said those are the cards from back in the day. Those are the literal cards that he used in 2019 already, and he still had them. He valued the deck so much back in the day, so he wanted to keep the cards around, and now, after summoning out Arya, we get to use the effect of Orcust Harp Horror, special summoning out one monster from the deck. And that's great, because now we summon out Skeleton. And Skeleton will probably be used together with the IP Masquerena as a link material into something else, but that will bring the Skeleton then into the graveyard, where it can bring out the Dingirsu again, but not just yet. That is for now just theory, and Dennis is first of all allowed to continue, and he's going to use the fusion spell of the deck, Melodious Concerto. And the funny thing about Melodious Concerto is you can actually use Pendulum Zones as fusion materials for the fusion summon of the monster that you're going to bring out, and that is indeed what he's going to do here. And afterwards, the Pendulum Scales are just going to activate itself again, which is pretty crazy. So we before had one Pendulum Scale and no fusion monsters, and now we traded that for 2 Pendulum Scales and a fusion monster in our extra monster zone as well. There is a second copy of Refrain also coming to the field now again. Honestly, the Melodious deck is one of those decks, in its pure form or as an engine, that I could totally see winning this entire event this weekend. It is definitely a great deck. And I think in Legacy of Destruction, a lot of people were immediately being very quick on looking at Tenpai. Tenpai, of course, is a super crazy strategy from Legacy of Destruction as well, that we have plenty of players running in the tournament as well, so we're probably going to see it here on the feature too. But the Melodious cards were kind of sleeping on, and then all of a sudden, people realized, hey, those new support cards for Melodious are actually really, really, really good and really, really exciting, and they make the deck very viable, and therefore I think it is, like, as we saw, Brian had to read a lot of those cards. I think it's still, to some people, kind of a sleeper deck, but it is very, very much super, super powerful and very much capable of at least topping this event and maybe even taking it down altogether. So, next up, we're continuing to bring monsters to the field, so I'm wondering when Brian wants to use his interruption, use his effect of IP Masquerena, because so far he has not decided to do so. Okay, but now it's time. We go for the summon of Longyesu. Look at that. And the good thing with Longyesu is now, due to the orchestrated Babel being on the field, able to use its effect on the opponent's turn. And that is so powerful because it actually can send cards it points to the graveyard. And immediately that is what Brian is going to do. That is going to... Yeah. Is he going to? Okay, yes, we go for the Link Summon. Use the Graveyard effect. So that one is also, of course, very powerful. Now, that, like Bloom Harmonious, the Melodious Composer, the Link 2 monster, is kind of one of the cards that locks you into just summoning Melodious monsters for the entire turn, though. So even before summoning Melodious, you cannot conduct any other cannot conduct any other summons than Melodious monsters, and therefore it's basically only able to be used in the pure Melodious strategy. All right, double reading on the Longyesu again. We still have the skeleton in the graveyard. Time is ticking down overall too, though. Like, out of very little, once again, Dennis made very much. Every turn here so far in this game has been a build-up back and forth, and that is we're conceding. And I'm not even sure who won that first game. Is like, Brian kind of looks satisfied, so I feel like Brian won that one. But that was a lot of monsters on the field for Dennis as well, though, on the other hand. So, going for the side deck here. We see some... Oh, yeah, okay, the Herald. Herald is interesting. I think Herald could be a card you put in here, because it makes the opponent put their monster to the deck or to the graveyard. So I could see that. And when I'm looking at the side decking process of Brian here, it does very much look like he's putting in cards for going second here. I would say Brian won that first game pretty certainly at this point. Looks good to me. And I mean, yeah, he does also look more satisfied here overall. So I'm just going to assume that Brian is the one winning this first game. Yeah, Brian is smiling. He's here as a former Dutch national champion. And he is after a game that, honestly, I was already ready to announce game number 2 after he set that monster there, after he set that Harp Horror, but he got into this again, and he's now all of a sudden leading 1-0, which is pretty crazy. And now there's like 10 minutes left on the clock. We're having a little bit of a chat. I like that. Round number 1 of the tournament. Early days still. Even if you lose here, you can still go through, win every other round, and be a top cut contestant. And yes, now the confirmation. Dennis did indeed not manage to break through that setup of Brian there, and is going to start game 2 here because he did lose game number 1. We are activating Pot of Prosperity here first. And Brian kind of leaning back. He has one game in the bag, so he kind of has at least a draw secured here. But of course, he's looking for the win. And we're now going to look at the top 6 cards of the deck of Dennis, revealing Ghost Mourner Impermanence, then First Movement Solo, which looked definitely decent in the last game. It wasn't enough entirely, but it definitely was a good starter for him there. And that is going to be the card he follows it up with. First Movement Solo is going to special summon out one Melodious monster from the deck. Which one is it going to be? This time not going for any of the Pendulum monsters. Going for a different approach this time. And that, of course, was one copy of Aria right away. And Aria, it's kind of telling when you summon out Aria first, because that means all of his other monsters are going to be protected now. Arya is special summoned on the field, so the special summoned Melodious monsters will be protected. We now get to summon Rifrain. We are activating also the Melodious Concerto. The Concerto is ready to put some fusion monsters onto the field, and we did summon out the big fusion monster there into the extra monster zone. But so far, Brian seems unimpressed, honestly. He doesn't care just yet. He's like, all right, keep on going, keep on going. So this was, of course, Baja again. Baja additionally now says the activated effects of your Melodious fusion monsters cannot be negated, which of course is a very, very strong addition to the already applying effect of Arya, saying that Melodious monsters you control cannot be targeted by card effects. So that is definitely quite the setup he already has there. But one card that is so problematic to the deck, one card that we saw in game number 1 already interrupting him, is Forbidden Droplet. And I think if Brian has another copy of Forbidden Droplet here in this game number 2, this could be his way of still breaking through the field that Dennis currently is setting up. So we are summoning back. We are bringing out all of those monsters. There is still the Arya on the field, but it now is also joined by Chopina, the Melodious Maestra. And that seems like it's it. All right, 2 Pendulum Scales. We have a set card in our back row. And it's on Brian now. Does he have a way to break this? I mean, first of all, whatever happens, I think it's pretty certain to say that Brian is just going to activate a lot of spell cards this turn. And we're going to go for the Reinforcement of the Army. Probably one of the oldest cards in his entire deck. We're going to go for that card first. And yeah, maybe this time Armageddon Knight gets to resolve its effect. We are certainly going to search that one out. Last game, it was devastatingly met with the effect of Herald of Orange Light. But maybe this time it can do better. Maybe this time it will apply its effect, send one dark monster from the deck to the graveyard. But first of all, we're going Orchestrated Return. Look at that. We're collecting spell cards in the graveyard. That's what a Striker deck loves to do. Discarding Harp Horror, if I saw correctly. Draw more cards. Now with 2 spell cards in the graveyard. And I think I see an Engage in his hand. So he needs one more to also get off the additional effect of Sky Striker Mobilize Engage to draw an extra card there. Okay. What's next? Okay, oh, we have to activate the Engage already, meaning we will not be able to draw an additional card through it. That is kind of a bummer, not gonna lie. But apparently none of the other spell cards in the hand of Brian were able to activate. We are searching for Hornet Drones, activating the Hornet Drones now as well. So if we get to, in the end, summon out Kagari here to attack the Engage, that then would be a way to at least have the second activation of Engage be one with an additional draw. But Dennis is saying not so quickly. We are going to use now our effect, banishing the Chopina to also get rid of the token there on the field. So this time, interestingly enough, deciding not to banish the monster itself. Last game, we saw him always banishing the Etoile, the Melodious Magnificate, but this time he doesn't do that. And normal summon Armageddon Knight follows. That is met with Herald of the Orange Light again. Uh-oh, that was bad news for him first game. Is it still going to be bad news for him this game as well? And please note, Arya does not only protect from targeting, it also says the Melodious monsters cannot be destroyed by battle, which is a huge addition there. We now go Harp Horror though, special summoning out one Orcust monster from the deck. Dennis used the Orange Light. Dennis used the effect to put that Sky Striker token back away from the field. And right away the Impermanent is now also going to be used. So Dennis just with very little time on the clock trying to activate his interruptions as quickly as possible. But there is triple tactic talents by Brian. And yes, you cannot target those Melodious monsters, but yes, you can instead just take control of them with triple tactic talents, as that does not target. We're going to use both of these monsters now. Going to link summon into Galatea. course, able to use its effect because there is Vihapora banished, and indeed, that's what we're going to do. Putting Vihapora back into the deck, activate Orchestrated Babel. Now activating it after it was set there through Galatea. Anything else, though? Do we have a way to deal damage or anything? Oh, that is a Widow Anchor. All right. Just taking over the monster and putting it into attack position, meaning Brian will certainly be able here to deal some damage. I mean, probably a card that he does not have to fear here is going to be Nibiru. Nibiru is usually a card you want to side out against Orcust. And, ooh, look at that. We summon out the Dingirsu over the Galatea, sending the Pendulum Scale, sending the Couplet. Going into the battle phase, attacking with both monsters here, leaving a big gap in terms of life points between the life points of Brian and the life points of Dennis. Linking off the Etoile, the Melodious Magnificate, and the Dingirsu to go into, what is it going to be? Oh, we just go for SP Little Knight, using the on-summon effect of SP Little Knight. Oh, but also we're going to trigger the graveyard effect there. Going to put back and also draw a card, but there is going to be the Refrain also banished. So the timer on our screen has run out, but the judge has a special timer running, so they might have some more seconds left here. Not much, I can tell you. The judge already has the phone out, so this should be the last couple of seconds left here for this game. Can Dennis overcome the deficit in life points? Is he going to be able to bounce back here? He bounced back a lot of monsters from Brian, but is he going to be able to bounce back into this game? No, he is not. Brian Kaiser is going to win it. Timeout was announced. No way for Dennis to equalize the life points here. So Brian, after being the Dutch national champion of 2022, now also is on his way maybe to also become the national champion of 2024. So yeah, that was it for round number 1. We had a bit of an iffy start, but I think from now on we should be smooth sailing. We should have some good matches up and coming. We will have a lot of great different decks. We should have a lot of diversity because this format, of course, there's a lot of fire decks, but there's also plenty of other stuff. As we just saw, there's Orust Sky Striker, there's the Melodious cards, there's plenty of cool stuff. So see all of you very, very soon for the next round. Round 2 should be coming very soon because the tournament already, I think, is in timeout. The other tables were all done. So only a couple of minutes until round 2. Stay tuned for that. See you in just a bit. Welcome back to the second round of the Dutch National Championship 2024. We are moving quickly here. We had to do a little bit of a reset up there, but we're now good to go for round number 2. And as the players are already seated, one very familiar face you will see, we can just get into the action right away. So let's get over to the table. Let's get the action going. And there we have them on the top, Vladimir, and on the bottom we have Jack Rory Steenkammer, which of course is our Master Duel World Champion, but also playing the TCG. And he's definitely no stranger to the TCG, of course, because, for example, last year in the Dutch National Championship, he was getting into top 4. And I think, to be honest, it was kind of unimportant here on who would win the die roll. I couldn't even tell you who won because Jack brought the interesting choice of the new Tenpai Dragon strategy. And I mean, he wants to go second with that any day, so it's cool to see that he now went second. So he got what he wanted, and there is the normal summon of Sword Soul Moye, but it is getting mad with Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit there by Jack, and that could turn down the plays of Vladimir a lot. So we have one very, very new deck with the Tenpai Dragon strategy on the side of Jack Rory Steenkammer, but one a little older, but still very, very strong going Sword Soul strategy on the other hand. And I mean, the Sword Soul strategy, even though it didn't get a real support card recently, definitely did get some boost, did get some support by the recent Forbidden Unlimited list, because they are now able again to include Protoss into their deck. So we might see that coming down here. And I mean, it's kind of tough if you are playing a Tenpai deck and you let your opponent start if your opponent then runs a card like Protoss, because that could just totally mean that they know, hey, he sent me first, so they might be on Tenpai, and then they can call the appropriate attribute for Protoss then. But for now, Vladimir keeps on going. We go into a Link Summon. We go into... Actually, I think none of that should work, because we couldn't go for the Link Summon there. Okay, yeah, I think we took back the Link Summon because we can only Synchro Summon when the Moye token is on the field. We go for Shishao. Shishao is going to use its effect to search here, and we are going to grab one Sword Soul card from our deck successfully. So far, Jack Rory Steenkammer as a world champion seems all unimpressed by that, and therefore can lean back. Sword Soul also a strategy you can prepare for kind of well. Okay, looks like we did search for Longyan. Longyan now is going to discard a Vishuda, special summoning itself. And, okay, checking the graveyard there. One thing though, we got Oh, look at that. We're banishing 3 cards from our graveyard, and that could be interesting news or maybe bad news for Jack, because we're summoning Protoss, and there is the Nibiru though for Jack Rory Steenkammer. That Protoss could have denied so many things, but that Nibiru here is going to be huge. Nibiru just taking care of the entire field here before Protoss would even be able to activate its effect. Also the burn effect of that Longyan is not going to come into play. I was about to talk about the Forbidden Unlimited list, because yes, they got Protoss. We see that Protoss here, but on the other hand, Sword Soul players, Sword Soul Enjoyers lost, of course, Baron de Fleur, the also powerful Synchro 10. The monster that would have been able to be summoned here before Protoss is being summoned to protect the Protoss from the Nibiru. But due to its absence, we could not protect our Protoss play here, and we are getting met with a disastrous Nibiru here. And I mean, Jack, let me tell you about the Tenpai Dragon strategy. It doesn't need much for a Tenpai deck to go off. Seriously, like, you just need 1 card and you're very, very much good to go. And we use 2 here, so we will even be able to start our turn with 4 cards. But looks like Vladimir, even though he got mad with Ghost Ogre and Nibiru, is still not done here yet. Ashuna is being used, and Ashuna is going to summon out a monster from the deck. From now on being locked into Worms, of course, but I mean, we are that far into our turn. I think we're okay with just summoning Worms for the rest of the turn. Okay, and can we even do something with that, to be honest? We can summon out Monk, sure, but is that going to get us anywhere, really? Looks like we do not even summon out Monk, because Jack just announced his turn. He drew a card for turn, and he activates one of the many reasons why Tenpai is now considered to be a top contender in the meta game. Because he just activated the field spell. He just activated Sanguine Summoning. And that says during your main phase, one fire dragon monster you control, or all fire dragon monsters you control, are unaffected by activated opponent's effect, which is so good because it lets you play around so many things. Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence, even Nibiru. And additionally to that, you can also just once per main phase add a Tenpai Dragon from your deck to your hand and then discard a card. We discarded another copy of the field spell. The field spell did already what it was supposed to do, and it now also has the continuous protection effect going. And from now on, we are going to see some monsters being summoned, and we start off with one of the most powerful ones, the Tenpai Dragon Chandra. And it's so good. Those are just unaffected. Look, Vladimir looks into his hand, sees an effect Veiler, and now Jack has to bring him the bad news. You cannot even do that. And look how nicely he's telling him. You did activate that, yes, but it just really didn't do anything because they are unaffected by those activated effects. And now you might be wondering, not a whole lot of stuff happening there, and he already goes into the battle phase, but that's the whole gimmick about the Tenpai Dragon deck, because Tenpai Dragons work in a very special, very unique, very new way, which I think is refreshing to the format, refreshing to the game overall, and therefore they do summon out stuff in the battle phase. And for example, Chandra says, at the start of the damage step, if a monster battles, you can special summon one level 4 or lower fire dragon from your deck, which we just did, and we just summoned out the Tenpai Dragon Pedra there. And Pedra is going to, if it's normal or special summoned, add one Sanguine spell trap from your deck, which is now not going to be the field spell anymore. As we're already in battle phase, we cannot do a whole lot with the field spell, but there's a very good search target still, which is Sanguine Cayman, which is a quick spell which can do a lot of work for Jack Rory Stinkheimer, because the whole strategy of this deck is to make yourself unaffected in the main phase, go into the battle phase, and then keep on summoning monsters one after the other. You just keep on going, and then you can even synchro summon in the battle phase. We did just summon out Sangenpai Bident Dragon, and that took care of the first monster there, which was the Nibiru token. We now get rid of the monster there too. Nibiru gets to direct attack there, and there comes the quick spell that I was just talking about. We just activate Sanguine Cayman, and Sanguine Cayman says you can apply, or you can activate one of these effects, or if you activated this card during the battle phase, you can apply both of them. So you can add one level 4 or lower fire monster, but you can also special summon one. So look at that. There's more and more Tenpai monsters coming. We're already connected for some damage, but there's even more coming, and that is immediately going to be the game. That is how the deck is designed to go. You just go into the battle phase, you just attack for a lot of damage, and this deck can even end the game through Pot of Prosperity from time to time. This card actually is able to do that. You would think, no way a deck can put up 16,000 points of damage, but actually that deck is capable of doing that. He did not activate it here. He didn't need it. He was good to go, just doing it with the regular cards. He didn't even need to do that many summons in the battle phase. It was all quite easy because there was already a Nibiru also sitting on his side of the field after he resolved it. And therefore, it's 1-0 for Jack Rory Steenkammer here. As I said, he definitely had some recent success. He was top 4 at the last Dutch National Championship, and there he did it with the Kashtira deck. And I had a little bit of a chat with, I mean, we all know him as Quanto, but with Jack Rory Steenkammer before the first round. And he was like, yeah, I basically am going the same approach that I did last year. We're playing a deck that is very, very quick, so I can enjoy my my time in between rounds. And I think that was very well possible with Kashtira a year ago, but it's even better with Tenpai now. You're going to have very quick games, very quick rounds. We see it here. That didn't last a whole lot. We just went for the Ghost Ogre first, then the Nibiru came in as well, and then just basically the activation of the field spell was already enough to do it. But let's see whether Vladimir has more to do this turn. I mean, to be honest, like, if we get to resolve the effect of Longyan, not Longyan, but it has to do with Longyan. If we get to resolve the effect of Protoss, destroying the Longyan, making Jack Rory Steenkammer unable to summon fire monsters, I could see that being relevant here. But that's all, of course, theory for the moment. Also an interesting theory, speaking about theories, is Vladimir even going to go first here? Because also a tool that a lot of people are experimenting with at the moment is just letting the Tenpai Dragon strategy start, because this was a very, very, very quick way to end the game going second. But what if you let them start? They don't have a battle phase going first, so maybe that is the way to approach the problem, and we are going to see who goes first here. Jack looks at his hand quite carefully, so I would expect Jack to start, and indeed, we do let the opponent start, we do let Jack lead things off here. Let's see what kind of strategy he has thought of here, if he is sent first, and did he even anticipate that? So, we are starting off the game as we did the last game with the activation of the field spell. Sangan Summoning is going to come in, and we are going to we go in here, we get the Tenpai Dragon Fadra, and we also again get the Tenpai Dragon Pedra back. And yep, we search for Quick Spell, but now the question of course is there anything more? Is it just going to be Hieratic Seals? That looks like a Link 2 to me. Like, that is what we kind of expect from this deck going first. So going second, it was incredible. It was powerful, it was quick, it was giving us really, really strong vibes. But now going first, it is just going to be the classic Hieratic Seals pass. But let's not be too fast. It's also backed up by 2 cards in the Spell and Trap Zone, which could be potential ways to stop Vladimir, but Jack Rory is not going to be able to do too much with them because there's a Harpious Feather Duster right away. But do we have something that we can chain there? Yes, we do. We just chain the Quick Spell that we searched last turn. And this time, though, we can only apply one of the effects as we are in the main phase here. And one card that could have come in here would have been the Dimensional Barrier, but there was no Dimensional Barrier. And therefore, let's see. Okay, that is looking good. There's Ash Blossom, though, for the Sword Soul Emergent, and Jack kind of leaning into his hand, looking like he doesn't have anything else to interrupt. Of course, there is still the Seal. And let's face it, one Seal against a Sword Soul deck could theoretically be enough, but that is a good way to play around that Seal here. We go Special Summon Ashuna. Ashuna is linked off into a Monk, and immediately Jack has to get rid of that Monk by using the effect of the Hieratic Seal. Okay, but now if Vladimir has Moye or Taya or something like that, he could just still go in here. But first of all, let's not be too quick. Jack is going to summon out a dragon from his deck. Which one is it going to be, though? Is there maybe an option that also... Yeah, okay, we just go for one of our Tenpai Dragons. There is not a Korkimeru Dragon or something like that, something funky. It is just going to be a monster that is not really any kind of interruption here. So, if Vladimir continues to... Oh, that looks like a normal summon Moye to me. Sword Soul Moye is going to be summoned, and of course it's also going to use its effect. And looks like, oh, Jack is thinking about it. And I mean, the thing is, if we have Ogre again here, for example, it is not as impactful as it was in the last game, because there is already an Ashuna in the graveyard. Okay, we do still use the Ogre, but as I said, there's Ashuna in the graveyard, meaning the token, of course, still coming to the field. And if we just use Ashuna in the graveyard, we can then bring out a level 4 tuner from, or not, a level 4 non-tuner from our deck from the Tenny package. But we go for medium here instead. Oh, Vessel it is, rather. Oh. Grabbing ourselves probably that set Tenny, so we don't even need to go for it through the Ashuna. And Jack doesn't look too happy there at the moment. It is right now Vladimir going strong, going second. And I mean, let's be honest, this deck also is historically known to perform really, really well going second, to be very good at putting up a lot of damage in one turn. Now we're going to summon out Vishuda. We're also going to bring out Adara. And I mean, that is also additionally another creative way that Vladimir found here to get to a synchro monster, because we just disregarded the token that was sitting there on the field. We just found a way to bring out Adara and Vishuda, making that a level 1 tuner and a level 7 non-tuner, leading to a SHUEISHA being summoned here as our synchro 8 of choice. That is, of course, going to search out another Sword Soul monster. And there's Longyan coming now. Longyan with a token. Does Jack have a Nibiru again? Does not look like it. So for the first time in this duel, we're going to synchro off that Longyan, and we're going to deal 1,200 life points damage to the life points of Jack Rory Steenkammer. And we're also going to bring out the... That looks like... Yeah, that is Sinister Longyan. Basically his big brother, if you want to say so. And that is going to be very, very powerful too against the Tenpai strategy. So, first damage being dealt, but do we have enough to maybe go for game here in this turn? That is the big question. We did not use the effect of... Oh, and we also do not use the effect of... I thought we were for sure going to use Vishuda here, but no. We just go into the battle phase. And now, I don't know whether Vladimir thought of that, but... we're just also going to use the effect of Tenpai Dragon Chandra now on our opponent's turn. So, no, we're not going to use this offensively here, but we can of course still use it defensively to just summon out more and more monsters from our deck. And look at that. All of a sudden, very, very quickly, Jack is just bringing back the entire family. Pydra is on the field back from the graveyard. There's Fadra coming out through the effect of Chandra. And we're now also just searching the quick spell again. So... I'm not really sure whether that is how Vladimir envisioned this battle phase to go, to be honest. Kind of certain he kind of planned that otherwise. Ay. And now Jack is explaining again, because I think Vladimir now wanted to make sure, can I now attack carefully, or can they just summon out more monsters? Is there more coming? So that's very, very good news for Jack, because I think if he gets another turn here, it is kind of a reverse situation again. He then, in fact, still was going first in that entire game, but then it feels like he's going second again as he gets the tools again to just go with a lot of attack points, maybe find his way into the fields by protecting his place in the main phase, and then just do a whole lot of stuff in the battle phase, of course. But let's see. Oh. We're now debating on whether to use the effect of Sinister Longyan. And attacking. Oh. Yeah, let's not forget about that. We can not only summon out monsters from the deck, we can also just synchro summon on our opponent's turn, of course. And we have done that just there. And that is going to be Sengenpai Transcendent Dragon. And that guy has 3,000 attack points and therefore is able to withstand... And now all monsters your opponent controls must attack if able. And your opponent cannot activate cards or effects during the battle phase. So we already have a protection way in the main phase. But now we have an additional protection way in the battle phase as well. And the most funniest thing, and we just saw that applying, is... if this card is synchro summoned, you can change all monsters on the field to attack position. So that little token there with only 0 attack has to now go into attack position and attack into that big Sengenpai Transcendent Dragon. Of course, dealing a lot of damage to Vladimir himself now. That is kind of hilarious there. So, what's up next? Okay, is that now the turn of Jack? It almost looks like it. Yep, we just bring out Chandra, and that is the fist bump. It's going to be over here. We are going to have a very quick win of Jack Rory Steenkammer here. A quick 2-0 as his deck is designed to do so. And yeah, Tenpai Dragon. Chat, let me know. I also opened the chat on the site. I'm here today by myself, bringing you all the action from the Dutch National Championship. And we just saw Jack Rory Steenkamer taking it down there with a quick 2-0. And yeah, we're going to have plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Throughout the entire day, throughout the entire weekend. This was only round number 2 out of 7 rounds in total for today, and then 2 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow, followed by top 16 as well. As this game was over so quickly, I will definitely make sure to grab Jack Rory Steenkamer and have a proper interview with him in just a minute and ask him why he decided to bring Tenpai Dragon, maybe see what kind of insight he has on that quick game that he just had there in round number 2. And yeah, therefore, see you in just a minute together with our winner of that round 2 featured match, together with Jack Rory Steenkamer. Until then. And here we are with our winner of the round 2 featured match with Jack Rory Steenkammer, aka Quantal, of course, as you know him at home. How do you feel? Nationals in the Netherlands?
Feel good. Hopefully I can make a Dutch person win nationals this time.
It's crazy. Do you actually know when the last Dutch person won Dutch nationals? Because it is a story that, like, historically, a lot of players from last year it was a French player, then the year before it was a German.
Yeah.
Of course, my casting colleague Leo also won it in some years, a German as well. So, do you remember?
I think it was probably 2019.
Okay.
I think Oosters won one.
Yeah, that's 5 years ago, though. So it's about time again. So that you guys are getting back into it, and you are on your way to do so with a clean 2-0 start, playing with Tenpai Dragon strategy. How does it come?
Feels good. The deck is quite straightforward. Let my opponent start, hand trap them, and then try to OTK them.
Sure, pretty simple approach. And we saw that in game number 2. Your opponent sending you first. Is that something you would expect throughout the entire weekend, people doing that, or were you surprised by him doing that?
I was not surprised. I mean, if they let me start, it's completely fine. Obviously, Sword Soul is a little bit weird to make seals pass, because you don't always know when you're supposed to seals.
Yep.
But, I mean, as you can see, it was like good enough to make sure I was guaranteed not to get OTK'd. And in fact, they played into the battle phase, which is what my deck is very good at.
Yeah, your deck is really good. Maybe the best deck in the room in terms of battle phases, that's for sure, yeah. But first round was as quick as this one?
Yes.
Yeah, another 2-0 clean victory.
Yeah, just 2-0, 10 minutes.
That is also a refreshing tournament experience, isn't it? Just being done after 10 minutes, basically every round, go outside, enjoy the sun a little, and then go back in.
Yeah, I just get a little break, and it's quite nice.
Yeah, and for sure. And so, of course, you have to do better than last year. But last year, you already did quite well by going into top 4 here at the Dutch National Championship in that same place. Is it going to happen? Are we going to crown you the winner this weekend?
If I open how I have been, I think I will.
Okay, that's strong words. Everyone in the chat, let us know whether Jack is going to take it down, is going to become our Dutch national champion. Probably going to see you again, maybe in Top Cut in one of our featured matches. I'm of course hoping that. I'm wishing you all the best. You guys see us in a bit again for round number 3. Don't go anywhere. Round 3 coming soon. Until then. And here we are back again, live from the Dutch National Championship 2024 in Den Haag. 300 players overall have joined, and we are ready for that third round. We have now redone the setup a little bit, and it should be perfectly fine now. We saw your messages in chat, and we should be able to see all the action from here on just perfect. And as I want to see it as well, let's hop on over to the table. Let's see where the action is getting us this time. Round 3 starting now. Here they are. Kjeld versus Sam. And look at that. That looks clean to me. I hope you guys appreciate the work we put in there on that end. And it is another Tenpai Dragon that we have here in that round. And it is Sam starting. So again, we did not see the dice roll, meaning we don't know whether Sam already has the info that he is up against Tenpai or not, because that information is very crucial in a way how to set up your field, because there is nowadays in Snake Eye some interesting options actually to also include going first. For example, the Lyrilisk or the Fucho are extra tools that would just say, hey, no battle damage this turn. So that could definitely be the way, but I don't know whether he got that info. But first of all, we're going to go 1-for-1, discard Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, but Kjeld wastes no time using Infinite Impermanence on that. And that is followed by a sad card, and that sad card isn't going to be there for long. Immediately, the Happiest Feather Duster by Kjeld. And that means the field is empty besides that Snake Eye Ash, and that is what a Tenpai deck likes to see here. Oh, and the Lightning Storm too. I mean, why not? Let's just get rid of it all. That is no more spell traps, no more monsters. But is there now engine for Kjeld? Yes, of course. There is also the field spell, the Sangan Summoning. Once again, Jack did it last round, and Kjeld wants to do it as well, activating the effect. Not just yet, though. So this is actually quite crucial by Kjeld here. He is playing around Ghost Ogre and Ghost Ogre, because if he would have immediately activated the Surge effect of the field spell here, it could have been Ogre, and then the protection effect of the card also is not applying anymore. But we wanted the protection effect for our Hydra on the field there, and therefore we could protect it, and Sam has seen enough, knows he cannot do anything against that, and that is a very quick 1-0 for our Tenpai duelist for Kjeld here. Taking down game number 1, and I gotta say, I wasn't sure what to think about the Tenpai deck before this weekend. I was kind of going back and forth between it, not really sure whether I think it is a top contender in the current meta game. You guys can let me know at home what you think. Is it one of the top contenders right now? Is Tenpai a deck that can totally win this weekend's national championship here in the Netherlands? Because so far, it looks really good, honestly. It looks very, very strong. You have a lot of space to include cards like Infinite Impermanence, which here was game-winning. You can even play cards like Happiest Feather Duster and stuff. So maybe Tenpai Dragons is the way. And now again, the mind game starts. Are we getting sent first? Are they still going to try to set up stuff going first? Because looking at the deck of our Snake Eye player, looking at the deck of Sam, I can tell you, he does not have one of those rank 1s that will protect you from Tenpai shenanigans in his extra deck. But he does side the Recital from his side deck in. So he does have a way to go first. He does have a way to deal with the Tenpai matchup. Additionally, there's also dimensional barriers in his side deck. Therefore, I think he can definitely be doing that here. He would be free to go. Also, there are some interesting extra deck decisions here in Sam's extra deck, and I would love to see those at some point. Because I can tell you, yeah, obviously there's no more Borrowed Savage Dragon, no more Baron the Floor, as those have been forbidden on the latest Forbidden Unlimited list. But there is not really the usual synchro monsters besides that, because in the first couple of weeks of the format, people have been going for Bestial Dispater, have been going for Omega, these two pairing up very, very well together, but both of these cards are missing from the extra deck of Sam, which is interesting to see. And instead, he decided to run a card that is not very popular at all. Honestly, to be fair, I see it in his extra deck for the first time even, and that is a Synchro 3 that we see there. And I mean, Synchro 3s in general, not very common, because like 3 is a level that's not very easy to summon, to be honest, but there is Cyber's Integrator in his extra deck, and I'm excited to see whether it is going to be summoned here. And in case you don't know what that card does, it's a Synchro free, as I just said. And if it is Synchro summoned, you can special summon one Cyber's Tuner from your hand or graveyard in defense position. So definitely some interesting decisions here by Sam. Interesting deck building. And I'm definitely excited to see whether this is going to come in here. But let's see. We see that Sam definitely has made the decision of going first again. And he, look at that, normally wanted was always a guaranteed Diabellstar of a Black Witch. But there's also an addition to the Snake Eye Diabellstar strategy. Most recently now in Legacy of Destruction, there was a new Diabellstar card being released as well that is now able to be searched off of the Wanted that we just saw. And that, of course, in that case, is going to be the Snake Eye Diabellstar. And I really like the introduction of that card. That gives you more flexibility. Also, additionally, I think the most important part about this card is it makes you able to use your field spell as an extender, which is huge, honestly. Because from now on, you can just put that card into your spell and trap zone with the field spell that we are just searching here, the Temple, and then you can use it as a card to summon out itself. So by just activating the field spell from now on, you actually have the option to bring another monster to the field, which before was not possible, to be honest. But yeah, we see him now from there on going for Oak. Oak uses its effect, sending the Ash, or I think it was the other way around. The Oak was in the spell and trap zone. Both of these together are going to bring out the Flamberge Dragon. And it's honestly, it's tough as a Tenpai player because you don't know 100% whether your opponent sends you first or whether he sends you second. So it might as well be that Kjeld has cards like Anti-Spell Fragments or something in his main deck right now because he assumed that his opponent is just going to send him first. And now Sam goes first and completely destroys that strategy a little bit. But yeah, from here on, I'm excited to see whether we get access to the Synchro package of our deck. But I gotta say, we used Original of the Sinful Spoils quite early here for Sam. And that usually is a sign that you cannot go for your Synchro package with it, because you access the Jet Synchron, which is your only tuner in the deck. I mean, besides Effect Veiler and, for example, Ash Blossom, but like your main tuner that you want to use. You access that through Original, of course, and that was used here to grab one of the Snake Eye monsters instead, and therefore it's not coming to the field here anymore at all. Okay, now Sam is thinking, what's next here? Kjeld looks chill, honestly. I don't think Kjeld cares too much, to be honest. He's like, okay, do your thing. I will just do Happiest Feather Duster and Lightning Storm as I did in Game 1. Easy peasy. Okay, so, oh, and Sam really has to think here. Maybe he kind of outplayed himself there, going through the motions quickly, and now at a point where he doesn't know what to do anymore necessarily. And he decides to link off Snake Eye Ash and IP Masquerena. That usually... Okay, the Poplar also is going to be used, meaning we are going for a Link 4 instead of a Link 3. And that Link 4 is going to be Apollousa. And Apollousa here has, of course, the ability to negate free monster effects as free materials were used. Now we use the effect of the Oak, Snake Eye Oak, to summon out Flamberge from the deck, and we activate the effect of Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon to put that IP Masquerena into our spell and trap zone. And yeah, that looks solid to me. A very standard, very easy setup, but is it strong enough to withstand a Tenpai deck? To withstand the power, the speed that a Tenpai Dragon can put up? Because this deck, as we saw now for 3 consecutive games basically, has the ability to just summon out so many monsters. Oh, right away. Ooh, that's an interesting decision. We go for the Infinite Impermanence on the Flamberge. So now Sam has to decide, do we chain to summon out the IP? Because if he does not chain, there is of course the chance that Kjeld just follows this up with a Lightning Storm or a Happiest Feather Duster, and then that IP Masquerena is lost and is not going to come to the field. Let's see. Kjeld. Okay, that is a thumbs up by Sam, meaning that Impermanence has resolved, and is it followed by one of these set cards? It's not. Okay, Kashtira Fenrir coming down, meaning we can now use our field spell. We can now use the Snake Eye Temple to summon out that IP Masquerena. And that is immediately what Sam is going to do. He's announcing the effect of Snake Eye Temple, trying to bring out IP Masquerena. And yeah, he does, targeting the IP Masquerena. Ooh, and Kjeld has to read the temple, which honestly, I don't know whether that's a good sign. Did he forget about the ability of the field spell here to summon out the IP Masquerena? Maybe he did. Also, what I could have seen, the Imperm just being a way to bait out a monster effect to activate cards like Triple Tactics Thrust, activate Triple Tactic Talents, and those kind of things. I could have seen that, but... Ooh. We allow the Surge effect of Kashtira Fenrir, grabbing another copy of Kashtira Fenrir, deciding not to negate it with Appaloosa. And I think that is a factor in the new meta game with the new Forbidden Unlimited list and also the new set Legacy of Destruction. Linkuriboh is not in the meta game anymore, and therefore protecting your Appaloosa becomes a lot tougher, because usually you could just go, yeah, battle phase, use the effect of Linkuriboh in the graveyard, bring back the Linkuriboh, use the effect and make the monster 0 attack on the opponent's side of the field, and therefore not able to run over the Appaloosa anymore. But now you have to kinda think about when to go for the Appaloosa negate. And we decided not to go after the Fenrir. Now, the problem with the Fenrir though is it will most likely just always trade with 2 negates of the Appaloosa, because the first one is going to be the Search effect. We decided not to negate it. And the second one, of course, is going to be the one banishing. Okay, and we now use the effect of IP Masquerena, linking off the Flamberge Dragon and the IP Masquerena itself, now enabling, of course, Kjeld to trigger the Fenrir. And now things are kind of getting interesting, because Kjeld activates Fenrir as Chainlink 1, as he's the turn player. And if Sam wants to trigger the IP Masquerena, wants to trigger the Aspi, he cannot negate with Appaloosa anymore. Okay. That is now interesting, because Fenrir is going to be Chainlink 1 no matter what. That is an interesting chain there, honestly. Because, like, let's break it down. Chainlink 1 as the turn player is always going to be the trigger effect of Kashtira Fenrir. Then, if Sam wants to use his trigger effects, and trigger effects in that case are going to be the Flamberge Dragon in the graveyard and the effect of SP coming to the field, because that is a summon effect. So if he decides to use those trigger effects, we cannot respond with the negate of Appaloosa anymore, as our effects are already Chainlink 2, Chainlink 3, and therefore we cannot directly respond to the Fenrir anymore. But it seems like we have figured it out. It seems like the Flamberge Dragon at the very least did resolve. Also, the Fenrir resolved face down, banishing the SP, which is honestly quite huge. And, okay, we also resolved the effects of Oak and Ash, grabbing some more cards to our hand. And over to Kjeld it is. So, honestly, we have baited out multiple things now just with the Kashtira Fenrir, and we didn't even go really into our Tenpai cards. I mean, yeah, there is Vichandra already being banished through the SP. But, okay, we have to go into the battle phase. And when a Tenpai Dragon deck has to go into the battle phase without having a Tenpai Dragon on the field, that is bad news for them. That is the meaning, or that means that they will not be able to end the game this turn. And the Tenpai deck usually only needs 1 turn to end the entire game, but that is not going to happen here. Just 2 cards being set, and therefore the end of the turn of Kjeld. In the end phase, Sam activates the wanted to grab himself another copy of the Diabellstar Witch, but that looks good now for Sam with all the follow-up that he has, only facing that Kashtira Fenrir. I like his chances here, quite honestly. Okay, Sam's turn it is. Okay, immediately going for it. Okay, so we go for Formula Synchron. We do go... Okay, yeah. So first of all, we have to resolve the effect of Formula Synchron. And then on the resolution, we can activate the effect of Kashtira Fenrir. Doing so, and I think we just banished Oak, which is a crucial resource for the Snake Eye deck, honestly. So let's see whether that is going to become a problem at some point. Oh, and we see triple tactic talents in the hand of Sam, which obviously is a huge factor as Kjell just activated the monster effect in the main phase with that Kashtira Fenrir there. So Sam, with all the options ahead of him. Okay. So Sam thinking this through carefully. Oh, there also is 1-for-1 and Kjell just nodding, being like, okay, that's a lot of things I will have to face here. And we are going to summon out Snake Eye Ash. That is going to be able to grab Poplar as well. Poplar is going to use its effect to special summon itself. And then, oh, we don't have a target to search for anymore. Oh, and look at that. I wasn't sure whether we would see it, but we do see it here in game number 2. The card that I was talking about, the Cyber's Integrator. And yeah, I didn't expect it. It's also, it's a Cyber Synchro, bringing back the monster there, and just basically meaning you get more monsters to link with. It is a synchro engine, synchro free, but the meaning of it, in my understanding, is just that you are trying to get more monsters to the field, get to more monsters you can link summon with. We just link summoned into Nightmare Phoenix here, and see what we got there. We destroyed Heat Wave with that Nightmare Phoenix, and in my understanding, that means Kjell totally expected to go first here. That is a card you side in when you expect your opponent to send you first. You just activate Heatwave at the beginning of the main phase, meaning your opponent cannot summon any monsters, and then you kind of reverse the situation of going first, because your opponent also cannot do anything, and then it kind of is as if you would go second through that Heatwave there. Okay, there comes Access Code Talker. Look at that, or look at that. Also very cool about the Integrator, it does not only provide you more monsters on the field, also when it is linked off, or when it's just sent to the graveyard actually, you can draw an additional card. Also, yeah, definitely a good catch by chat. We are only going to be able to summon Cyber's monsters if we do use the revive effect of Integrator. So in this case, we actually did not even use the revive effect, but we just ended up drawing a card by linking it away, and Access Code Talker and 4 more monsters are going to be the game here for Sam. Sam is equaling the score 1-1. The playing field is even again, and therefore now the third game will make things more interesting, because honestly I think in the third game now it's kinda set what's going to happen. Kjell will very, very likely just decide to go second, and so the mind games aren't as relevant anymore. Because right now, I think we saw that Sam somewhat outplayed Kjell by just going first, and his opponent having cards in his deck like Heatwave, which just did nothing there. But now in this situation, I think very much both players expect Kjell to start in this game, and therefore Sam now has the option to also side deck approximately to that, or appropriately to that rather. And in his side deck, we see one card that might be the way here. We see Dimensional Barrier, and I mean, if you call Synchro against the Tenpai strategy, all the potential in the battle phase, all the monsters that are supposed to be summoned from the extra deck, or potential Black Rose Dragons which can just clear the field or something, those are gone then, and therefore those cards would very, very likely be coming in here. Very, very much. So, what is next? They are carefully siding. And okay, yeah. One is done, one is done. And here we go. The final and deciding third game on our hands. Tenpai Dragons against Snake Eyes. Maybe the 2 biggest contenders to win this event this weekend. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a total underdog deck taking it all down, but definitely those are like the most likeliest decks that could do it. And no surprise, Kjeld made Sam start, and Sam cannot capitalize on that. He has to set one card and call it a day. Lightning Storm takes care of the Cosmic Cyclone, and Kjeld is nodding, rightfully so. He lost the situation he's in. That is just what he wanted. Oh. Sam contemplating on whether to use a response to now the Quick Spell. Interestingly enough, we have to use the Quick Spell here in the main phase. So it looks like to me that this is maybe the only access to engine. Sengen Cayman usually is being used in the battle phase, but here he wanted to grab, he wanted to search one level 4 or lower fire monster from the deck to his hand. Maybe meaning that he doesn't have any monsters at the moment. Okay, never mind. Normal summon still incoming. There already was a monster in his hand that he could summon. There already was a Tenpai Dragon Fadra. The thing with Fadra, though, is Fadra isn't really the one you want, because Fadra only makes you summon one dragon from the graveyard. So actually that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring coming in huge here, meaning Kjeld cannot extend from there on, and his turn is completely stopped in his tracks. But does Sam find a way to play here? He last turn just set a card and did nothing besides that. So is there going to be a way for him now to do something? Did he pick up a card that is playable? Does he have a way to keep things going here? Oh, he's not looking too happy about his hand still. But that is the normal summon of Snake Eye Poplar, at least. That is a way to play. And yes, if I'm Kjeld, I'm always also using that Forbidden Chalice on that Poplar. Sam wasn't playing last turn, so if we use Chalice on that Poplar, he's probably very unlikely to still play this turn. So let's see. Anything else? Does Sam have a way to pull this off? I mean, on the plus side, now that Poplar got boosted by the Forbidden Chalice, it's still, I don't think, big enough to run over the Fadra, though. So Fadra is going to stay, Sam is going to pass. It's again the turn of Kjeld. And does Kjeld have a way to do more than just that this turn? Ooh. Was that a scoop? I think that was a scoop. Who won? I must be... Yeah, okay, it does seem like Kjeld won it, so Tenpai Dragons stay winning. So far for round 2 and round number 3, we have a 100% success rate for the Tenpai Dragon deck. And therefore, we are going to just... yeah, let's talk about it, chat. That Tenpai Dragon deck. Do you think? Is it just going to keep on winning? Are we just going to have a lot of Tenpai decks overall in the top cut in the end? Because so far, great performance, great showing. Honestly, even game number 2, it almost felt like he could have had a chance, but then in the end, he still didn't manage to pull through. But it is impressive. Snake Eye certainly, before the latest set, before Legacy of Destruction, and before the latest update of the Forbidden Unlimited list, was the deck to beat, the best deck in the room. But is it still the best deck in the room? So far, here in this tournament, we get the impression that Snake Eye might not be the top contender anymore, or at least might have to share that spot at the top with the Tenpai Dragon strategy. We're going to have a word with Kjeld in just a bit, talking about his Tenpai deck and his win here in round number 3. See you very, very soon for that in just a second. Don't go anywhere. Coming back really soon. And we're back with our round 3 winner, Kjeld, and you were playing the Tenpai Dragon strategy.
Yeah.
How do you feel with that deck? Do you think it's a good deck to bring into the National Championship this weekend?
Yeah. I didn't have a lot of time to practice it.
Sure.
It's easy to pick up. I played like 10 matches before this event.
And how many matches did you play so far, or how many games rather? Was it in the first 2 rounds? Was it quick 2-0s, or was it a fight as it was in this round too?
The first round was actually pretty hard. I almost went into time with
Okay.
Tenpai.
That's almost impossible, right?
Yeah. Round 2 was very quick, 2-0, and this, well, 2-1. I was very nervous, very nervous.
Because of the featured match, or just in general because you're starting to feel, okay, this is going good, maybe we have a shot at topping this event, because obviously in the end that has to be your goal for the weekend, right? You want to make top cut?
Yeah, exactly. I was nervous because of the feature match, of course, fair. I know he's a good player. I've seen him. It was a bit.
Yeah. And also then in game number 2, you probably expected him to send you first, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw the heat wave being there, not doing a whole lot in that situation. So is that generally what you expect people to do to you? Make you go first in game number 2?
Well, in the early rounds, I do not expect it.
Okay.
But I know he's a good player.
Yeah, fair.
So I would have thought he would have made me go first.
Sure.
So I thought I might prepare to only do heat wave in there, maybe do Nibiru outside.
Fair.
And then I draw 2 heat wave.
Not perfect, but still game number 3 then. Very fortunate for you. You were probably quite happy when he just set a card and passed it over to you, because you could just deal with that right away. That Cosmic Cyclone didn't do anything. And then the deciding factor, I think you drew Chandra for turn then, right? Yeah, and that was just... it was all curtains until then. You didn't even need to see it. You could just go battle phase and do what you do best with the Tenpai deck. So what is your expectation? Do you think you are good to go to make top cut this weekend?
Yeah, I do think so. Yeah, I feel comfortable with the deck, and it's very strong. I love how it plays out, and
for sure, it's something different, right? It's something unique. It's something new. I really like that as well. But what is the deck that you may be fearing the most? Is there one deck in the room that you don't want to play against necessarily?
That was actually Snake Eye. Yeah.
Okay.
Snake Eye is so strong, and I don't know the whole deck. So I'm scared of the combo. I don't know how they normally do it.
Yeah.
So I'm very scared of Snake Eye. Yeah.
Fair enough. But I mean, you still managed to win.
Yeah.
Also rocking the fit for sure. Keep it going, and then everyone keep on watching as well. This was our round 3 winner, Kjeld. We will be back with round number 4. Stay tuned for that. Don't go anywhere. See you in just a bit. Welcome back to the coverage of the Dutch National Championship 2024. Round number 4 on our hands. And let me tell you something, we have a treat to watch. I want to say, where are all the Pendulum enjoyers in chat? Because we are going to see a Pendulum deck, and it's one of the very obscure ones, which we haven't seen a lot of competitive success lately, but it is currently going strong, going 3-0 in the tournament, and therefore it's very exciting that I can present you, and I don't want to waste any more time, so let's get into it actually. I can present you with Vaymonica. Vaymonica did receive recent support in the said Legacy of Destruction, which is fantastic, and apparently the support was good enough to now make the deck being good enough to be 3-0 in this tournament. Elias on the top being the pilot. Also, fun fact, Robert, you may know his face because he piloted Mikanko into the top cut of YCS Dortmund, but he actually is from the UK, and he's the only UK player attending for this tournament this weekend, and he brought an interesting deck as well, to be fair. Yes, there is Snake Eyes cards, but usually you don't pair up the Snake Eye cards with Horus cards, and look at that, there even is a Furion King Regulus in his deck. That is actually some wild stuff, and I'm excited to see where all of this gets him. And I'm also like, I'm excited for this one for multiple reasons. I want to see what Vaymonica does. I want to see what Robert has cooked here, because I have never seen that combination of cards. And now Elias takes a breath, is like, oof, yeah, also the Snake Eye Ash. And to me, it looks like Robert has all the tools that he needs. And he's kind of smiling. He is enjoying himself, searching Snake Eye Poplar here. And, yep, nothing there to stop him just yet. In the past, Pendulum decks usually were struggling to include cards like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, Effect Veiler. They were not having a whole lot of space for those hand interactions. But let me tell you, for the 41 card Vaymonica deck that Elias brought here, he did actually find quite some space to include those cards, and I think that may be his recipe for success. And there is the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, for example, and it is going to be used right there on the second effect of Snake Eye Ash. We send the Snake Eye, the new Snake Eye main deck monster, alongside the Snake Eye Ash, and yeah, that was stopped. Oh, but that is also a good way to stop stuff, as Triple Tactic Talents is being activated by Robert. And look at that, Robert is not even reading the 2 Vaymonica cards that are there in the hand of Elias, so maybe Robert actually knows what the Vaymonica cards do. And I mean, he played Mikanko at YCS Dortmund where nobody was playing it. He was like one of the first players that actually brought it. So maybe he's just... he knows what the more niche decks in the format can do, and maybe he considered himself to bring that deck. But like, first of all, Triple Tactic Talons was used to get rid of that Nibiru from hand. That is definitely not bad. But Elias sits there with a couple of Vaymonica cards in his hand, and maybe that is all he needs. Who knows? But Robert is going to use the effect of his King Sarcophagus there, sending him Seti to the graveyard. Okay, yep, we bring back what I like about the Horus engine, and maybe that is the recipe to success here so far for Robert. It does actually provide you with the ability to bring a lot of monsters to the field. So even though you got interrupted here with that Ash Blossom at a pretty crucial timing, you can just go for the Horus cards, summon out a monster, as we see, go into Hita, use the opponent's Ash Blossom, summon out the Promethean Princess, now bring back one of our monsters and still keep on going. So, oh yeah, look, we did not even use the on-field effect of Snake Eye Oak to bring back a monster, neither did we use the effect of Snake Eye Oak to summon from the deck. So I think even though that Ash Blossom denied the Snake Eye Flamberge in the beginning, we still might get there, honestly. Ooh, and look at that. For the first time now this weekend, we see the usage of the Snake Eye Diabellstar, newly added card to the deck in Legacy of Destruction, and saying, while this card is a continuous spell, you can target one fire monster in your graveyard except Snake Eye Diabellstar, place it, face up in its owner's spell and trap zone, and if you do, you can just special summon this card out. So look at that. We traded one of our monsters there in the graveyard to put it into the spell and trap zone, and in the meantime, we brought out another monster to the field, which is actually just very, very, very strong. I'm still wondering about that Regulus there, though. That one is kind of surprising me. I didn't expect Regulus, because I was already surprised when I saw his deck in general, deciding to run the Horus cards together with the Snake Eye cards. And now there's a Regulus sitting there as well, which maybe you guys at home can help me out with that, but I'm struggling to find usage for it, honestly. Like, what even... Are the Horus monsters partly machine monsters? It must be, right? That must be a way to go for that. And even though we got stopped once, we still go strong. Relinquished Anima is coming to the field here, being the Link 1 summon of choice. It's just like this deck is bringing monsters to the field non-stop. So many of them. And I mean, hear me out. That Furion King Regulus there in the Spell and Trap Zone actually is fantastic, because you can summon out Regulus on the opponent's turn now. That is very, very, very strong. We go for Selene. And yeah, we have a way in this deck to convert all of those monsters into success. Because we can just go Selene, we can use Selene and the Witch to go into Appaloosa, and that makes Selene... Like, Selene was strong already before the introduction of Snake Eye Diabellstar. But now there is an additional spellcaster in the deck, making the card even more viable, making it able to be summoned even more, so... Not gonna lie, through an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, putting up this looks really strong. And we did not even bring back Imseti yet with the King Sarcophagus. Not even done yet. And that's the pass there. Yeah, for the people wondering how that Regulus even got into the Spare and Trap Zone, you can target whatever card you want with Snake Eye Flamberge in the graveyard and put it into the Spare and Trap Zone. And so our way of doing that there was just doing it through the Snake Eye Flamberge. Okay, and now over to the Vaymonicas. So Elias did not scoop this one up here. He's still confident that going second he can do it with his... I'm just assuming it is one of his favorite decks when he decided to bring it here to this tournament. And he starts things off with the field spell Vaymonica, the Agophological Voice. I almost got that one right, I hope. But yeah, we just, when we activate that card, can add one Vaymonica monster from our deck to hand. So... Normal summon we go. And Robert has to think now, because on this normal summon he could trigger the effect of his field spell of the Temple, but he doesn't do that. But instead he decides to use the effect of Appaloosa, negating. And interestingly enough, as far as I remember, maybe I'm misremembering, but I think we also saw a triple tactic talents in the hand of Elias when we looked into his hand. Okay, there comes SP. SP is going to take care of the Vaymonica monster on the field, which should have been the Celatris Vaymonica. It does very much look like it. I mean, actually, there isn't that many main deck monsters for Vaymonica in the first place. Like, for the main deck, the deck, I think, has 3 main deck monsters in total. Let me check his deck list real quick. Yeah, like, monster-wise, there aren't that many, but the spell cards are making the entire deck so powerful. And okay, Elias is giving Robert a quick lesson on the next Vaymonica card that he's activating, and that should be Vaymonica Skelta there. And you can decide one of the 2 effects to use, and if you have a card in your Pendulum Zone, your opponent chooses the effect. So you can either gain 500 life points, then you can place 1 card from your hand on the bottom of the deck and draw 2 cards, which is great. Draw power, and that is apparently what we're using. Or you take 500 damage, then you can add one Vaymonica spell from your deck to your hand. So, okay, and there's one of the other monsters that we play, and this is, of course, the Pendulum monster Angelo Vaymonica. Okay. Oh, yeah, I remembered correctly. There was triple tactic talents in his hand, and there still is, and we use it to draw 2 more cards. Elias trying to find the puzzle pieces to put it together here, not finding them, though. Calling it a game. Robert, with his creative Horus Snake Eye strategy, is going to take down game number 1. And yeah, now onto the sideboarding we go. I'm actually sometimes featured matches just work out in a beautiful way. Like, I was trying to get the Vaymonica player on featured match, but in the meantime, for free, just for free, we actually also got Robert with his creative Snake Eye Horus deck. A definite creative take. Also, as I said in the beginning, only player from the UK attending this tournament, and therefore, also, of course, would be another interesting story for Dutch nationals. I talked about it with Jack Rory Steenkammer earlier. For some reason, Dutch nationals never really are being won by Dutch players. And honestly, this weekend, I'm rooting for the Dutchmans. I want a Dutch player to take it down. I want a local hero to rise, because the Dutch community is very, very passionate about their game. Like, you, for example, when only the opening speech was going through the tournament venue, like, everyone was cheering, like, every judge that was announced, they were clapping, everyone was celebrating. The people are just happy to have, like, their tournament running here. And that's also a special feeling about nationals in general, I would say. You have that event that is connected to your home country. So becoming the national champion of your country, not only does it hold up for an entire year, you are going to be the national champion for an entire year, but also it's so cool because like, everyone connects with you. You are now basically the player for your country, especially also at the European Championship, because now when you are the national champion of your country, you kind of have to do it for your country as well at Eurosvan, which are, of course, at the end of national season then in July. And yeah, here on the other hand, though, we have a German playing against a UK player for now. And this game might be the most exciting one, because we get to see what Vaymonica, what Elias can put up going first. Is it going to be impressive? Is it going to be revolutionary, maybe even? Because Elias must be doing something very, very right here in this tournament if he's 3-0 so far. And I want to see it. I'm down to learn, because I'm not a Vaymonica expert just yet, but hopefully I become by watching this turn here from Elias. So let's get into the action of this second game here between Robert and Elias. So, considering his options, we start with the field spell again. Searching out another card. And this time, yep, it's the same search target that we went for in the last game. I think we saw quite a bit of non-engine actually there in his opening hand. So, one good thing I can tell you about piloting those decks, those off-the-meta, off-the-map decks, is that your opponents usually struggle to deal with them. Usually, they don't really know how to handle them, because they have never faced this deck before. I personally, I gotta say, like, not even at locals I have faced Vaymonica. There are very few of these duelists, so it's even better that the deck is now more on the radar with its recent support in Legacy of Destruction, and therefore it's great to see whether this can develop into a big turn here. So, okay, activating the next spell. So yeah, as I said in game number 1, this was, of course, the Celatrice Vaymonica, and we now also got that Vaymonica Invitar there into the Spell Trap Zone. Oh, we wanted to use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, but the one-off caught by the Grave coming in clutch, and therefore denying that Ash Blossom to resolve. And where do we go with this? Yes, we are searching now for Angelo Vaymonica. Robert also just sitting there learning, probably, as we do here in chat. Now, 2 pendulum scales have been assembled, so we can use the pendulum mechanic to pendulum summon out from our extra deck again the Daimono Vaymonica. So all 3 of the main deck monsters have now been found, and we get to search out a copy of that looked like this Ammonia to me. Yep, that one is also immediately going to be activated. And this Ammonia allows you to place one resonance counter on one card in your Pendulum Zone, and then you can apply one of the effects. Either gain 500 life points, then you can add one of your banished Vaymonica cards to your hand, or take 500 life points damage, and then you can add one Vaymonica card from your graveyard to your hand instead. Okay, but we're obviously not done yet. We do go for an Exceed Summon there, and that is going to be Gallant Granite. Okay, so we are searching for a rock here, apparently. Generic rank 4, which allows us to search out Nibiru from our deck. Okay, interesting setup. Getting that Nibiru there as a pretty good weapon, of course, against the Snake Eye Horus deck, because as we just saw in game number 1, that deck is relentless in summoning monsters. It keeps on summoning, keeps on going, doesn't stop at any point. And now, to me, that looks like Drualume, Vaymonican Heaven Hallow. And that is actually, it's completely generic, which is insane to me, because we just used that Gallant Granite. Oh wait, was it? Oh, it may have been the other one. Oh no, wait. It's actually, it's also a Link 1, but it was the other one, the one that was yeah, give me a second. This one actually was Sebufera, the Vaymonican Hollow Heathen. Yeah, as I said, generic Link 1. You can basically play that in whatever. And he just linked off the Gallant Granite to bring out the Sebufera. And wow, that is not really a classic Pendulum end field. Yes, we do see Pendulum Scales being part of our end field here, but besides that, there's only one monster on the field. Usually with Vaymonicas, or not usually with Pendulum decks, it was always the case that you would go for a lot of monsters, you would summon out a really big combo field, but here Elias took it kind of minimalistic, just having one monster that set Sebufera as his only monster on the field, and then that being upped with being backed up by 3 set cards, and we of course cannot forget that there was a Nibiru being searched in the process. So interesting setup here, and I'm excited to see whether this is going to be enough, because Sebufera has a protection effect, saying if a card you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can remove 3 resonance counters from your Pendulum Zone instead. And we see there is 3 counters on one of his scales there. Okay, we placed the new Snake Eye monster from the deck with the field spell. That is now definitely a way to do things, and we activate original Sinful Spoils, bringing out Snake Eye Ash, using the effect of Snake Eye Ash now too, grabbing ourselves a copy of Snake Eye Oak. Okay, Snake Eye Oak is in hand, but like, the thing is, the more monsters we summon, the more we are playing into our own destiny of Nibiru, the Primal Being. But Elias says, hey, I'm going to use these 2 monsters that you have for the moment, fuse them away with Super Polymerization, and make a Garura out of it. Okay, so first of all, okay, because we discarded Celatris, we can trigger it in the graveyard, apparently. And yeah, if this card is sent to the graveyard, even through cost of Super Polymerization, and you have 2 Vaymonica cards in your Pendulum Zones, you can just easily add it back to your hand. So that's actually pretty nice. So we put the Snake Eye Diabellstar into the Spell and Trap Zone there. Actually, funnily enough, into the Pendulum Zone even. So we're playing a Pendulum Mirror now, ladies and gentlemen. And okay, we just use that effect of Wanted in the graveyard, banishing it, targeting the original Sinful Spoils to get a free draw here. There we go. But yeah, still that factor of Nibiru being in the room, being in the head of Robert. He knows it's there. And I mean, Nibiru in general is already tough when you have to face it, when it comes down unexpected. But when you know it's there, it's so tough to handle, because you just know it's there and you have to figure out a way how to deal with it. And is there even a way how to play around that set Nibiru here? I'm not sure, honestly. I am very much not sure, but first of all, we're going to trigger the effect of Snake Eye Diabellstar in the Spell and Trap Zone to bring it out, put Snake Eye Ash into the Spell and Trap Zone. Instead, there comes Diabellstar, which now is sending and setting as well. Okay, so we have 2 level 7 monsters now on the field. Is he now also going to start Exceed summoning with his deck here? Looking at his extra deck, he has Exceed monsters in there. He has Zombie Vampire and Sagas as well, which is interesting. Oh, now I can understand the Regulus. We are playing Sagas in our extra deck, being able to search out the Regulus. Okay, it now all makes sense, but we are finding another piece of interruption here, and that is Vaymonica followed Rhythm here. And you can, again, apply one effect, but if you control Vaymonica Link monster, you can actually apply both effects. And you can gain 500 life points, then you can destroy one spell trap card on the field. We did that. Or both. In that case, we do it both. Take 500 damage, then you can return one monster from the field to the hand. So that Snake Idea Bellstar is gone. King Sarcophagus is being activated now, though. That's strong, but okay. Immediately being met by the response of Sebufera. And let me tell you, there's a quick effect. You can target one of your Vaymonica normal spells or traps that is banished on your graveyard, and you can apply that card's activation's effect. So basically, we just copied that again. We just copied Vaymonica followed Rhythm one more time to destroy that King Sarcophagus as well. And therefore, even though it looked minimalistic, not many monsters being on the field in the end for Elias after his first turn, we see Vaymonica taking game number 2, equaling the score. Vaymonica so far undefeated in the tournament, 3-0, and about to maybe win another one. But of course now in the third game, he will have to overcome the disadvantage of going second. But we saw that there are cards in his deck that might be able to help him with that. Super Polymerization here came in strong going first. But that is also, of course, a card designed to break fields going second as well. So if we draw that Super Polymerization, if we maybe pair it up with an Impermanence or an Effect Veiler or something, maybe a strong Nibiru that we searched in the last game, but we could also just hard draw it in our opening hand in that third game now. So options are plenty. Elias, of course, hoping to get into those options here to be a contender for the victory here in this third and deciding game of the match here for our round 4 featured match. So we had some struggles in the beginning. We were not perfect with the setup, but now that we have everything up and running, I'm so happy. Just watching Yu-Gi-Oh! What could be better? National season is upon us. We now are going to have Nationals happening basically every weekend for the next couple of weeks. We're going to crown one national champion after the other. We be reminded that every national champion actually in Europe is going to get a special treatment for the European Championship as well, because he's going to not only get the trip and the hotel for the event, but also they're going to get a VIP treatment at the event, meaning they start with 2 wins into the tournament, and then they will have VIP seating and so on as well. So that advantage is definitely worth a lot as well, and therefore, of course, one of many reasons trying to become this weekend's winner. But yeah, sportsmanship, handshake before game number 3. Let's get into this. Robert again now leading into this. Ooh, and I think I saw a Droll Lockbird there in the opening hand of Elias, which was the pure version of Snake Eyes. I don't like that much, but against the version that we're seeing here from Robert, it might actually be quite impactful. And now, when Robert is starting off with Snake Eye Ash, searching Snake Eye Poplar, activating the effect of Snake Eye Poplar, it is the perfect timing to drop that Droll Lockbird to the graveyard, apply its effect, denying the effect of Snake Eye Poplar. Meaning, whatever we wanted to search with that is not going to be searched here. And we see no immediate triple tactic talents. So I'm assuming this game, contrary to game number 1, we do not have that available to us. But there comes the Link 1 into Anima. We use Snake Eye Ash and the Poplar that put itself into the spell and trap zone, making an Oak or a Flambirch Dragon. What are we making out of it? We used the effect, sent both to the graveyard, and we summon out Snake Eye Oak. Snake Eye Oak now, of course, using its effect, bringing back the Snake Eye Ash, Snake Eye Oak now using its other effect, sending itself and the Anima, and now I think we're going to get that Snake Eye Flambirch Dragon. Yes. We're done with Pyros. We want to summon some dragons now. And that is a very powerful dragon with a very powerful graveyard effect, of course. And that is going to come into place in just a second, being linked off here. Usually that would mean IP Masquerena is coming as we link 2 of choice, and it's also the link 2 of our choice here. And now Flamberge, when it goes to the graveyard, can bring back 2 level 1 fire monsters, of course. We go for Snake Eye Ash and Snake Eye Poplar. And I'm pretty sure we're far away from being done here yet. We are pretty far away from being done just yet. Okay, what's next though? Usually, the next step here in the turn would be to go ahead and summon out the Promethean Princess. Oh, and we do also have access to the Horus engine. So, normally, Elias tried to prevent cards like Mseti. And, you know, there was Mseti in his hand as well, as we just see. Because, like, after using Drone and Lockbird on the Poplar, or before the Poplar could search, means a card like Mseti in the hand of Robert could not be activated anymore. But Robert, quite frankly, didn't really care, because he had the King Sarcophagus already in his opening hand. And he could even now discard the Mseti, send the Happy, meaning he now even has 2 Horus monsters in his graveyard. So that Drone and Lockbird, in theory, could have been strong, but here, against this specific hand of Robert, it's not really doing that much. That is now the anticipated by myself Promethean Princess coming to the field. We bring back the Flamberge. Flamberge puts VIP Masquerena into the Spiral Trap zone. In game 1, it was like a wild setup that Robert went for. We put the Regulus into the Spiral Trap zone for the Flamberge. We summoned IP and let it on the field. So it was definitely an unusual setup, but this one looks more classic. It looks more like the standard Snake Eye field, and therefore maybe Elias is more prepared for what's coming here. We are linking off these 2. We go into Hita. Okay. So that's interesting. Now, we had to link off the Promethean Princess to be able to go into our Horus cards, but we had to only go into Hita. Okay, Hita and the Mseti are now going to make place for Celine. Celine brings back the Mseti, which, nicely enough, is a spellcaster as well. So the synergy between the 2 engines now is even more appealing to me. I think Robert, honestly, might have cooked a good recipe here for this event, because I like the synergy between the Horus and the Snake Eye cards. Maybe no one really fully considered this yet. I think I saw it here and there, but not to a big degree. But I do like it a lot, and I think Robert, with his performance here, is going to be a good candidate to perform well. But first of all, it is on Elias now, and Elias is going to immediately summon out Kashtira Fenrir first thing in the main phase, and Robert immediately being confronted with the question, do we just use the Promethean Princess effect in the graveyard immediately on the special summon of that Kashtira Fenrir? I could see it, honestly, because that Fenrir is going to make trouble eventually, but we decide against it, and we allow Elias to use the search effect of Kashtira Fenrir here instead. Searching out a second copy of Kashtira Fenrir. And that's it. So, no Appaloosa was used on this. No Princess was used on it either. Robert so far carefully holding his interruptions, I want to say. Maybe playing around triple tactic talents. We saw that talents in Elias' hand in game number 1. So maybe he just tries to figure out a way to withstand Elias without using monster effects. But when I look at the field of Robert, he this time does not have the field spell, so he has no access to that IP Masquerena other than using the effect of Snake Eye Flamberge. And therefore, I think it's going to be tough to play without monster effects here on our opponent's main phase. So, Robert really going into the tank there. You can see his hat moving down, trying to find a comfortable position to think, trying to figure this situation out. That's what I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes it's just like a big puzzle in your head that you have to figure out, and it looks like Elias is going into the battle phase. Indeed. Indeed. Robert allowed Elias to get into the battle phase here. Probably really just trying to play around that Nibiru there. Not Nibiru, trying to play around that triple tactic talents. And now, Elias doing the first damage here in game number 3. We see the Kashtira Fenrir running over the Appaloosa. And that means as Kashtira Fenrir, oh, look at that, triple tactics thrust being activated. So, ooh, okay, now we can make some, we can have an explanation for that. So the situation was that Elias tried to, Elias tried to use the effect of Kashtira Fenrir on the Appaloosa. That was negated with Appaloosa, and then Kashtira Fenrir ran over the Appaloosa, meaning the Appaloosa had 800 attack points, and therefore we did a total of 1,600 damage. That triple tactics thrust, in theory huge, in practice though, was met by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. What's next? We do try to bring out... I think we do... Okay, we do try to use the effect of Snake Eye Flamberge to bring out that IP Masquerena using... Okay, that could turn out interesting. We send the Fenrir from our hand to negate the Flamberge. What's next, though? Do we have more stuff to play with? Do we have Vaymonica engine to go into? Oh, we had the tactics all the way! Robert was trying to play around triple tactic talents, but he didn't manage to do so in the end. We drew into terraforming. Okay, Vaymonica comes in. Vaymonica is here. Vaymonica is a contender in this game 3. Elias absolutely being in this game now. Activating the field spell. Searching himself again, the monster that he searched every single time with that field spell. I think we might still be able to come up with a pretty decent turn here, as Robert already used all of his interruption. He's not going to be able to get that IP Masquerena there out of the spell and trap zone. He did already use his Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. The Appaloosa, gone. So we see Elias now being able to just go off as he likes. He drew the cards he needed there with the triple tactic talents. We activated Vaymonica Invisory now. We are now also going to activate the effect of Angelo Vaymonica. And we therefore discard, I think we discarded a second copy of triple tactics Thrust, indeed. And we take Daimono Vaymonica from our deck and place this card and also the Daimono into the spell, into the Pendulum Zones. Let's go. So we have Pendulum Zones ready now as well. Elias is just going off. He does not stop here. I love this. Vaymonica may be our sleeper deck for the tournament. 3-0 currently, and now working his way into this match as well, maybe making it a potential 4-0. He's currently ahead in life points. But I think he also just used, he just also used the spell card now, and all the spell cards kind of paying life points or making you gain life points. And therefore, yeah, we paid that. Okay, so Elias, okay. We are just going to get that Flamberge Dragon and we are going to use it for us. Paying another 500 though. I mean, we're still ahead in life points, but barely. But we are now just linking off. We are summoning out the same Link monster than we did last game, Cebu Farah. Last game was part of our final setup on the field, and now we get to summon it out quite early. And even though it did not look like a big combo deck last turn, now all of a sudden we're flooding the field with monsters. We are searching for the trap. I think this time it is a different trap, actually. This time we're going to search out... Oh wait, no, it is the same one. This is again Vaymonica followed Rhythm. And we are following the rhythm of this game, using both of our Level 4 monsters to go into Abyss Dweller. I gotta admit, I have not seen Abyss Dweller in a while. But of course, this is a good deck against the Snake Eye strategy, as it can deny the reborn effect of Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon. Pendulums are back, everyone. And Elias is bringing them maybe to a victory here in this round number 4 featured match, and maybe even further than that. Okay, well, linking off the Flamberge now. Now it's safe to link off the Flamberge because we do not trigger the Graveyard effect anymore due to that Abyss Dweller. And we go, okay, we do not go into Okay, it is IP Masquerena. For a second I thought that SP is not going to do a whole lot. IP Masquerena seems a lot better. So the setup here, honestly, really, really good. We have an answer to the King Sarcophagus with the Vaymonica followed rhythm that we searched. And we have so much more than that on top of it. Dweller is absolutely back, and this is going to be now the turn of Robert. Robert down in life points, but barely. Elias actually now finally down to 6,500 life points. He had to give up quite a few for his own effects. Okay, as suggested, we're immediately going to go after that King Sarcophagus with Vaymonica followed rhythm. It is gone. But we do gain 500 life points for that. That is one of the applications of Vaymonica followed rhythm. And Elias just sitting there, leaning back, being kind of chill. He definitely showed us what that Vaymonica deck now is capable of. So he already delivered for the crowd. He already delivered for you guys at home. But is he also going to deliver for himself here? Is this going to be enough to make himself the winner of this round 4 featured match? So, Elias thinking about whether to use the effect of IP, checking quickly what the options in his extra deck are. Okay, he already decided. That was the announcement of the effect. We go for the SP. SP is going to be used, banishing Snake Eye Poplar. Now also immediately going to use the effect, and that is the handshake. We see Vaymonica winning game number 3, winning round number 4. Vaymonica is in the house, everyone. That is a strong contender now, of course, with that 4-0 record to maybe be one of our decks in Top Cut. I would love to see Elias continuing to go strong. And I'm pretty sure that also you guys at home like that a lot. Vaymonica, of course, one of the sleeper decks, but one of the decks that has received support now in Legacy of Destruction. As you just saw, that was absolutely worthy support, as the deck now did a pretty cool setup in game number 2, where he went first. It didn't look super big, but like the trap, and you can reuse the trap also through the Link monster, looked really, really cool. It's also, of course, one of the decks where your opponent just doesn't know where to interrupt, doesn't know where to interact with it, and therefore it definitely is a fun deck to see here at the top tables, here being undefeated at the Dutch National Championship. Of course, the next thing we got to do is talk to the man himself. I'm going to get Elias over here to me in the booth, and we're going to have a chat with him about Vaymonicas, about his tournament run, whether he's going to be our national champion. All of those questions are going to be answered in just a bit. Stick with me for just a minute, and then we see Elias, the winner of our featured match, and myself. We will be right back. And here we have him, Elias, the Vaymonica god, the winner of the round 4 featured match. Elias, what made you bring Vaymonica to this tournament?
So I was really excited when in Valiant Smashes Vaymonica came out.
Yeah.
It had a lot of good cards.
For sure.
And it just needed a little bit of more consistency. And in Legacy of Destruction, they got that.
Yeah.
They got a really, really good normal summon.
We saw that, yeah.
A quick play that special summons from deck or adds to a scale. It's really, really good. And now it has 18 search cards. So you can just play a lot of hand traps and have a really, really good end board. And you can play Baguska, which is really, really good in this current format.
I mean, it's in the last couple of months, rank 4s were not really a thing, right? We didn't see that many Abyss Dwellers, we didn't see that many Baguskas, as you're saying, but your deck can easily summon out, usually you always summon out a rank 4 somewhere in your turn, right? And also, it sounds like you were already playing Vaymonica before the support of Legacy of Destruction.
Yeah, I tested a little bit with, as a hybrid deck with Sky Striker.
Oh, yeah.
But it wasn't that competitive at the moment, and I just waited for the right, right format, for the right time.
So, and you came over here to the Dutch National Championship from Germany, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And what were your expectations when you were entering the tournament with Vaymonica, of course?
Well, first of all, I just wanted to have fun and test the deck for the European Championship.
Ooh, great, yeah. So we're going to see you there as well?
Yeah.
Hopefully in the feature match with Vaymonica. Let's see.
Hopefully. And yeah, I just tried to go to this event with no expectations except for maybe reach day 2.
Sure.
And maybe top 64, top 60 maybe.
Oh, you're on your way. I mean, you are doing well so far. So what were the matchups so far? Did you play against more Snake Eye or was it some more rogue stuff?
I played against really strong decks. The first round was against a 60 card branded deck. The second round was against Snake Eyes. The third round against Manadium, and now against Snake Eyes. Yeah. So it's
definitely meta decks for sure. You're getting tested, but you are proving yourself so far, and you're proving the Vaymonica decks, the Vaymonica deck. What would you say is like the most unique thing, the best thing about Vaymonica right now? Is there one thing standing out?
The thing about Vaymonica is that it's really, really good to play a lot of non-engine extra deck cards. And then after you combo, you can just link it away for the Zebufera who can...
Yeah, just a link one, right? Yeah, it's like whatever monster, just make it. Yeah.
Just one effect monster you can take away from one of your opponent's monsters. You can just summon Gallant Granite to search Nibiru and then link it away for Zebufera.
Yeah, we saw
and the
that
other
too.
one is also very, very good. You just I just didn't use it in this match, but it can on-summon, destroy as many monsters as I have counters, and attack 3 times with 2500. So
okay, that's pretty good too. So you were tested by the meta so far, as you said. Is there then maybe, as you have been clearly defeating the meta, is there maybe a deck in the room that is making you scared? The deck that you want to that you not want to face, maybe?
I haven't tested a lot against Voiceless Voice.
Okay,
That's tough matchup, but branded Snake Eyes and Tenpai, I'm really good prepared.
Okay. Sounds about right. Then let's hope you're not playing against Voiceless Voice, or maybe still beating them, because your deck looked really capable of beating whatever comes your way. I hope you guys are as excited as I am. That was Elias and his Vaymonica deck. Now 4 on the tournament. Don't go anywhere, as round number 5 will be coming our way shortly. See you in just a minute. And here we are again, round number 5 of the Dutch National Championship in Den Haag. And we're still having some cool decks going strong here in the tournament. It's of course more and more so getting into the direction of the intense Swiss rounds. We now are approaching round number 5 out of 7 rounds for today. Then 2 more rounds happening tomorrow and before we go into top 16. And we do have a very cool deck. One deck that has been around for a while, but it recently got some quite strong hits on the recent Forbidden and Limited list, but somehow it still didn't care and it found a new way to shine. Not going to spoil you just yet. Let's go into the game. Let's see it with our own eyes. Round number 5 of the Dutch Nationals coming up now. And there we have Tammy on top versus Dave on the bottom. And as you can tell by the decks on the screen, Tammy brought the Manadium strategy. And when I was saying that that deck took quite the hit with the recent Forbidden and Limited list. Of course, I'm talking about Savage Dragon. I'm mainly talking about Baron de Fleur. Okay, they even waited with the die roll for us. That's great. Let's see who's taking down that die roll. And, okay, looks like Dave did indeed win that die roll. And both being undefeated still, 4-0. And it's not only the Manadium card. So I think Tammy doesn't have Baron de Fleur anymore, sure, but she found ways to replace it, that's for sure, because she does not only run, she runs multiple Nemesis cards in her main deck. She does not only run the Corridor, she also runs the Flag. And therefore, that means she's running Protoss in the main deck and Colossus in the extra deck. So this is going to be quite the combo deck here. Quite the combo party, I'm hoping. Okay, so they were not sure whether they're allowed to start, but now they're, of course, good to go. Let's see where this round 5 featured match gets us between Dave, more conventional, I want to say, Snake Eye deck, and then Tammy, on the other hand, on the Manadium strategy. Okay, we start off by discarding a card you don't really want to draw in your opening hand, but you take it as a discard for the Diabellstar Witch. We discard the Flamberge and we do summon out the Witch and set the original Sinful Spores into our Spell and Trap Zone, immediately activating it by sending the Witch that is not being met with a response. So far, Tammy will have to sit there watching. Looking at her deck, honestly, there is not really anything she could do against that, because there's only very, very little non-engine cards that are hand effects that she could use on the opponent's turn. Basically, there's only Jordan Lockbird and Nibiru. And I do like that approach, because we decided to only run very impactful hand interactions, and therefore we are like, when we're resolving Jordan Lockbird against the right decks, when we're resolving Nibiru against the right decks, it is supposed to completely stop the turn, and therefore I think she decided to rather go with these super impactful cards instead of the smaller impact cards like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence, and all that kind of stuff. But here we have Dave still going strong, linking off both of his monsters into the IP Masquerena, using the Graveyard Effect, placing Flamberge into the Spell and Trap Zone. Yep, that is going to be fine. So Dave just playing one of the more regular strategies, one of the decks that we of course have already seen throughout the last couple of weeks, but is still going strong. And ooh, Tammy did draw into one of those super impactful cards. And in that case, that is going to be Nibiru, the Primal Being. That one is huge, even though there is the Temple Field spell up on the field that will trigger and will allow us to bring out the Flamberge from the Spell and Trap Zone. After that, I'm not sure how far we can get. There is no Princess just yet in the graveyard, so I like Tammy's chances here on this one, honestly. That ain't too bad overall. But does Dave maybe have a way to somewhat punish the Nibiru here by maybe activating Triple Tactic Talents or a card like that? Because I think Tammy definitely waited for the correct spot there to use the Nibiru, the Primal Being. Okay, we can at the very least activate the effect of Flamberge Dragon to put that IP Masquerena into the Spell and Trap Zone, which can be enough, don't get me wrong. That is an interruption through the IP, most likely into SP. And additionally to that, of course, we generate follow-up through the Flamberge going through the graveyard, ideally. But maybe Tammy has additional stuff to stop Dave. Things like Forbidden Droplet? Those kind of cards, of course, still are a thing, and those are also in her main deck. But, okay, we do go into Anima. Alright, alright. We did not summon our Nibiru into that zone, so we dodged the Anima. But what are we going to do with that Anima now? Interestingly enough, look, they're like, both the token and the Flamberge are still there, and we just normal summoned the Flamberge there to go into the Anima. So, maybe this is just going to be... It could either just be SP, banishing the Nibiru, and then seeing what's going on after, or we could make sure to get the Princess, because we now have 3 monsters on the field that could be used for that. But instead, we just leave the Anima on the field, interestingly enough. Okay. So, it's on Tammy now instead. And I mean, that Manadium deck is explosive. And let's see whether we can see it going off here. We are starting things off by normal summoning Manadium Realm Heart. Is that being met by a response? So Dave now also knows what he's up against. Because so far, if you're 4-0 in this tournament, in this format right now, sure thing is, you do not expect to play against Manadium. But now he is being met with that. Ooh! He makes the interesting decision to respond to that with Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Oh, but look at that. Tammy thinking things through. And there's Called by the Grave for the Ghost Ogre. Alright, that card will help playing this turn out. Any further responses? Nope. We're just going to resolve the Manadium Realm Heart. And I think it was important that we keep that Realm Heart on the field. I mean, you see that it must have been important because we used Called by the Grave on the Ogre to keep it on the field. Because, of course, Manadium Meek can only be special summoned when there is a Manadium monster already on the field. And therefore, I think that is probably an indicator for her having access to that Manadium Meek. And, okay, so far so good. Yep, okay, there is indeed Meek in her hand, but for now it's just going to be used to get rid of, to get some additional cards, because we did with that Manadium Realm Heart search for Manadium Imaginings, and that says reveal 1 Manadium monster or Visa Starforce in your hand, and then just draw 2 cards, and then place 1 card from your hand to the bottom of your deck. But that's not the only thing it does, because additionally to that, it also has a graveyard effect that says you can banish this card from your graveyard and then target a monster you control with 1,500 attack, hello Visa Starforce, and 2,100 defense points. You can just treat it as a tuner until the end of the turn. So that's kind of cool. And there is now Forbidden Droplet too. Okay. Tammy really having a bunch of super powerful cards here going second. There is the Manadium Meek coming out now, being special summoned because there is already the Realm Heart. Oh, and look at that. There is also the field spell of the Scareclaw monsters. Of course, like the Manadium deck always was a deck that combined all the different Visa field spells. So you could play Pearl Rhino, you can play Reichphobia, you can play all the different ones. Yet, now, sorry, now comes the effect of Visa Starfrost destroying the Manadium Meek, and Tammy is off to the races. We had that Called by, we had that Forbidden Droplet, and we now have the power maybe here to play through, but oh, Dave wants to think this one through here. Because let's not forget, wait, no, there is no Princess. Dave could not extend into a Princess, so there is nothing we can do from the graveyard, but maybe, of course, there always is the possibility of a Nibiru, the Primal Being, being somewhere. So, you go for... Yeah, we bring back the Meek. Dave's still thinking. The way Dave is acting, it really looks like he's thinking on whether to use something specifically. And when your opponent is specifically thinking after every summon you make, it's kind of an indicator for Nibiru, the Primal Being, which is going to be activated just there. It was that Nibiru. Tammy resolved the powerful Nibiru, so now it's Dave's turn to go for a very powerful Nibiru as well. And Dave is laughing. He's like, okay, we can just reuse that Nibiru token. It's now moving over from my side to your side. But, contrary to the last time Nibiru resolved, this time the Flamberge that was tributed did not use its effect yet. So we get to trigger the effect of Flamberge here in the graveyard, which is of course huge. Okay, we bring back Oak, we bring back Ash, and we are going to pack things up. Tammy realizes there's no way for her to recover. 1-0 for Dave, who went first here in that first game. And ultimately, a battle of the Nibirus, a battle of the primal beings, sealing the deal here. And Dave coming out on top, being up a game here. And maybe, as we had it in the last round, now comes the interesting game, where the more so rogue deck gets to go first, where we get to see the stuff that we are not expecting to see, because that was not one of the main choices you would expect for this tournament to be at the top tables. But still, Tammy is here. Also, another update for the top tables, of course, as you saw in the last round, there is still Vaymonica currently playing at table number 1, but also for maybe the Jubel fans at home, I can give you the small information, but the very valuable information to you, that there also is a Jubel player currently going strong at 4-0 as well. And therefore, I think we definitely are very well set up for some great matches throughout the rest of the day. But first of all, of course, we get to witness what else is going on here in that match. And yeah, okay, we're getting done with the side decking, and honestly, I want to see the Nemesis cards coming in here. I want to see how Tammy is accessing the Nemesis cards, how we are going to go for, whether we are able to go for Colossus and Protoss, or whether we can only go for the one of the two. I really want to see how that is going down here, and I hope we get to see her combo off here. Alright, seems like both players have decided on their side deck cards. Looking at their side decks, Tammy took the, I would say, pretty popular decision to bring Dimensional Barrier in her side deck. The thing though is, and that's why I'm kind of struggling whether I would play Dimensional Barrier at the moment in my side deck against the so-called best deck in the room, against the deck that is considered to be the top meta contender right now, which is Snake Eye, which currently she's sitting across of. This card just doesn't do a whole lot. It's super powerful against everything else, but against that deck, as we know, it's a link-based strategy, and Dimensional Barrier doesn't do a whole lot against linked strategies, so I don't even think this card is going to come in. And on the other hand, when I'm looking at the side deck of Dave, he does have some good cards to bring in against Manadium, and one of them is going to be Droll and Lockbird. But first of all, we see a card that you also do not really expect from a regular Manadium deck. We're going Tuning, and Tuning is going to fetch us Revolution Synchron from our deck, so this is looking beautiful. Great start right away. Let's hope we have something to pair this up with. We are going to send that top card from our deck to the graveyard, in that case being a DD Crow. Normal summon Scareclaw Reichard. Also uninterrupted, apparently. Oh, we're going to synchro with the... Wait, oh, we didn't use the effect. Okay, that's a tell that maybe there is a rival in the hand. But with the Revolution Synchron, together we are going into Ancient Fairy Dragon. That card is indeed ancient. It's so old, but it's also right now undefeated in the tournament. And as you may have forgotten, as this card is so old, we could just search out a field spell here from our deck, but that is getting denied by Dave. And Dave is going to use Infinite Impermanence on it. But Revolution Synchron is now going to come back to the field. And, okay, that was Manadium Rhymeheart there being sent to the graveyard. And by the way Dave is looking, he's like, what is going on here? Okay, and as I thought so, we had the Scareclaw Arrival hard drawn in our opening hand, therefore we couldn't activate the effect of the Scareclaw Reichard, but now we're going to bring back... Oh! Wait, I think we can still use it here. Okay, we just wanted to play around cards like Ghost Ogre and those. So that was very smart by Tammy, just actually ruling out any chance of getting interrupted there. And we can just use the Scareclaw Arrival now, bring back the Reichard, use the effect of it. And now, as we use the effect here, while 3 monsters in defense position, we get to draw an additional card. So that was even better, even stronger. Perfect execution here by Tammy, and we are now bringing out the next Synchro monster. I mean, last round we saw the comeback of Pendulum Monsters with Vaymonica, but maybe the time of Synchro Monsters isn't just over yet, because we see Crystal Wing being summoned here to the side of Tammy, which is a monster negate. So even a potential Nibiru now doesn't look as scary anymore. Link 1 into the Scareclaw Lightheart we go. Grabbing ourselves the Reichphobia. Reichphobia is being activated, and this is, by the looks of it, all going very much according to plan here for Tammy. Grabbing herself a copy of Visa Starfrost. Visa Starfrost activates its effect. Coming to the field now, destroying Lightheart. Lightheart wastes no time, using its own effect to special summon itself back out from the graveyard. That means we now have 2 monsters being used for Link 2 to go into the Cross Sheep. And when we have summoned Cross Sheep, usually the fusion summon of our very, very, very strong Vicious Astrolaut isn't far away, and that is what we're going to do. And now that means we are going to trigger the effect of Cross Sheep. We can bring back a monster from the graveyard, level 4 or lower. In that case, ooh, wow, even playing Exceeds in this, and there is our access to the Nemesis cards, of course. Banshee is a rank 4 that can just be used, and look how Tammy is smiling, and also Dave has to smile, and he knows what is about to hit him. Which one are we going to grab though? Which one is it? Which card are we accessing here? Is it going to be Colossus or is it going to be Protoss? So I think I saw Nemesis Flag being added there. And Dave knows what is about to come. Dave knows. Okay, okay. Yup, there is Protoss. Protoss indeed is going to come down here. Alright, alright. Oh, we're not done yet. Okay, what's this one now? That is another Link summon. Alright, let's just summon SP Little Knight. I mean, a lot of decks are, for example, Snake Eye. For them, that is their main piece of interaction. But for Tammy right now, it's just another monster that she summons along the way because she has so many monsters on the field. So she may as well do it. Okay, then the Banshee is coming back. Okay, there comes Protoss. We're banishing the Banshee from the field. We're banishing the Ancient Fairy Dragon. And here comes the Protoss. Protoss, what are we calling? We're calling fire. We destroy the Nemesis Flag. And that is a pretty good feeling, let me tell you that. Calling fire, the fire attribute against the fire deck of the format, against Snake Eye. Let's see how much Dave can do without being able to summon fire monsters here on his turn. There's Aspie Little Knight. There's a monster negate in the form of Crystal Wing. Of course, is the effect of Protoss resolving, applying. So no fire monsters for Dave here. It's just such a strong setup, honestly. And okay, Dave starts things off by activating Wanted. To be fair, Wanted is giving you access to the part of your deck that is not going to be relying on summoning fire monsters, because now we get to search a dark monster. But what is that Witch going to do on its own? Or are we even going to search Witch? Because we could also just search Snake Eye Diabellstar. Of course, it is going to be the Witch, though. Okay. Witch is being added, and Dave trying to figure out what to do here. One card that could really turn this around here would just be evenly matched. Like, just going to the battle phase, having evenly matched. But for now, that ain't happening. We just go Snake Eye, not Snake Eye, Diabellstar Witch, the Black Witch, discarding another copy of itself. And we're now trying to set one card from the deck. Oh, okay, we just used Forbidden Droplet on that, sending our own field spell. I like that by Tammy. Tammy just trying to play around things like Triple Tactic Talons, Triple Tactic Thrust, not willing to activate any kind of monster effects just yet when there is no need to, and that Droplet was just doing the trick for the moment. So does Dave have a way out of that? Because now, additionally to the Witch not resolving, it's also not big enough anymore to attack over SP Little Knight, which is crucial here at this point. Because it was also, of course, halved in its attack. Dave trying to find a way, and of course that is a way that in the last format already worked really well against Manadium decks. That is kind of the design of Manadium decks. You want to have a lot of really big monsters on the field. It's a big combo deck that summons out a lot of strong monsters, and they also all have a lot of attack points. So that Crystal Wing there, now not being able to activate its effect anymore due to the continuous effect of that Typhon there, we can go into the battle phase, attack over the SP Little Knight that would have still been able to activate this effect, but now not anymore. We're going to use the effect of Typhon to put that Crystal Wing back into the extra deck. Okay, so even though Dave was not allowed, not able to really access his, like, the main mechanic of his deck, he's still doing pretty good here, clearing up 2 of the main pieces of Tammy's field. But it is back over to Tammy, and if Tammy finds a way to deal with that Typhon, it might still all be okay. Okay, and we start things off with a normal summon of Manadium, Realmheart. Not too bad. Is getting mad with Ghost Ogre though, and this time it does resolve. This time it does resolve. Also, one out that Tammy already has available to her, though, is the Arch-Nemesis Protoss. Because Protoss is only 2,500 attack points, and therefore right now would be able to use its effect. The thing, though, is, okay, there is triple tactic talents now as well, though. That is strong, because we could just take over the Typhon, link it off, and then play as it never happened. Dave leaning back. Does he have an answer to this? Is that even enough damage on the field? Vicious Astral out, Protoss, and that Typhon. That should be over 8,000 points of damage, if you ask me. Going into the battle phase, we are 2,500. We take that Typhon and put it into our extra deck because the game is over. Tammy strikes in game number 2, making it an even 1-1 in total. Protoss winning this game, fresh off the Forbidden and Limited list. Now going strong here. And now comes the interesting part. We're getting a lot of game freeze today. Of course, in the first 2 rounds, where, for example, Jaguari Steinkammer was getting a quick 2-0 with his Tenpai deck, we had some quick matches, but now we're getting into those longer games, into those game free scenarios. And honestly, as a caster that has casted a couple of matches before, those are the matches that are the most fun to cast. Game freeze are always where it comes down to. Game freeze are the one where sometimes people are showing nerves because they know it's the deciding one. You cannot allow yourselves any mistakes anymore. It is just the final piece, of course, of the entire match. And sometimes also, even though you might think a match of Yu-Gi-Oh! Only lasts 45 minutes, sometimes even people get a little tired at the end of the round because, let's face it, Yu-Gi-Oh! For sure is a game where you have to be very awake, very mentally prepared to make good decisions. It is a strategic game where you constantly have to make decisions, where you constantly have to think about stuff, and therefore the third game then is the most dangerous one in terms of getting tired. So let's see how Tammy and Dave can handle this here right now. Yeah, exactly. Mental fatigue can come into place. And I mean, we're now in round number 5, meaning with 7 rounds in total today being played, that is already past halftime, and we already have 4 matches in our body, so we have to keep up and going here. But I have high hopes here in these 2 duelists to still be very well prepared for this round and for this game number 3. And yeah, as you have noticed for this event, I'm alone in the booth. So yes, I will from time to time have a quick look over on the chat. So definitely, if you want to give me some conversation, I might at some point include some of your guys' messages in chat. And of course, shoutouts to all the people at home watching right now. I'm very, 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 very excited that this year we have a live stream here for the Dutch National Championship. We're starting off the national season strong by providing you guys at home content throughout the entire weekend, by seeing live on stream who's going to be the first national champion of Europe for this season. And we are, first of all, though, now going to see a game number 3 here for this round number 5 between Tammy and Dave. And Dave starts things off with the best start you could possibly ask for, with the normal summon of Snake Eye Ash, the most powerful normal summon that the deck has to offer, maybe that the entire format has to offer, potentially. Okay, and we do get to also resolve the effect of Poplar, meaning there is no Droll Lockbird. Okay, maybe there's other powerful cards that Tammy has there. Maybe there is again Nibiru as she had in game number 1. And, okay, they figuring out how to do this. We are immediately, quickly going for that Flambridge Dragon. That has been the most popular play, I want to say, lately. Just activating the Snake Eye Oak into the Spell and Trap Zone, then having Poplar and Flambridge Dragon on the field, linking both of these off into IP Masquerena. Now being able to chain block the effect of the Snake Eye Flambridge for potential interruptions like Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion, for example, because now we can go Chain Link 1, Flambridge Dragon, Chain Link 2, Poplar, targeting the Flambridge Dragon. And as we see, the Flambridge Dragon found its way into the Spell and Trap Zone, and also we could use the effect of Snake Eye Oak on the field, bringing back a third monster to the field there. So we are well equipped now to do whatever we want, and honestly, quite frankly, I think now Dave also knows there is no Nibiru waiting for him this game, because Tammy used the Nibiru in the first game right here on this spot, and I think it also would be the correct spot to do it, but this time it's not coming, and you would expect your opponent to just use it at the same time than they did in the first game, and therefore probably good news for Dave that there just simply is no Nibiru. We go into Appaloosa, we use the effect of Snake Eye Oak, and we are going to summon out... What is that going to be? Probably another copy of Flambridge Dragon. Indeed it is. So, what's next? Interestingly enough, we gotta say, there was no Promethean Princess being summoned again. Game number 1, Dave didn't go into Promethean Princess. Game number 3, apparently, same plan. No Princess, and Dave says, I don't need that interruption from my graveyard on your turn. That Appaloosa and that IP Masquerena, and potentially those additional interruptions in my hand or that card there in the back row is going to be enough. Let's see what Tammy has to say about that, though. Because it is about to be her turn, and she is going to be... Oh, it's even 2 cards. We're setting... We saw Pendulums in the last round, but we now see Dave activate or setting a card into both Pendulum Zones. But those 2 cards in the Pendulum Zones... Let me tell you something. Those might be met with Harpy's Feather Duster. That is a pretty nice-looking ultimate rare Harpy's Feather Duster. And Dave has to respond here with the Snake Eye Flambridge. Bringing out... Oh, yeah. Bringing out the... IP Masquerena. We also have to take care of the field spell there, of course. Yep. Players immediately recognized that, but that was a very nice trade there for Tammy. We got rid of both of the cards there in the back row, and now at least that impermanence there is eliminated. Also, potentially, if there is triple tactic talents, they've now already played into that by activating the effect of Flambridge. And there is triple tactic talents! Oh my! We can now potentially just take the Appaloosa. This is very, very, very big, because we can take the Appaloosa, and if we take the Appaloosa, we can then negate opponent's effects. But oh my, that is a super strong way of Dave to play around that Appaloosa, because of that Appaloosa take. We are linking these 3 monsters into a Promethean Princess. I have never seen that. We just summon our Promethean Princess on our opponent's turn, and that now is locking Tammy into fire monsters, and I'm not sure whether she has a way to deal with that, honestly. Whether she has any fire monsters in her extra deck. Let me just quickly look it up. There, of course, is the Infernal Banshee that she summoned last game, but that is a rank 4 monster. How do you even get to that point? And looking at her main deck, I don't think there actually is a way to deal with this. Maybe a tribute summon of some sort? We'll have to see. Okay. So, funnily enough, in game number 2, Protoss made sure that Dave was not able to summon fire monsters. And now Promethean Princess in game number 3 is making sure that Tammy is not summoning anything but fire monsters. But there is the quick answer to it. Immediately getting rid of the Promethean Princess there. That was a quick one. We can just destroy it there quite easily. Yup, that was a convenient and easy way to out this, honestly. Of course, the Flambridge Dragon also resolved in the meantime, but now I don't I mean, funnily enough, now the Promethean Princess interruption is there. We didn't have it on our opening turn, but now in a super weird way, we brought it into the graveyard and we still have fire monsters on the field. So let's see whether Tammy can play for that Promethean Princess. Okay. Let's go on. Oh, very good point. It was actually summoned with IP. So maybe we have to check with the judges whether that even was possible to destroy it there. So yeah, I will make sure I just send someone over, because that indeed was summoned with IP Masquerena, and therefore we should definitely make sure to keep the game state accurate, because you cannot just destroy it that easily when there is a Promethean Princess. Like, sometimes people forget about the restriction of IP Masquerena. IP Masquerena says whatever monster you're summoning out, whatever monster is being link summoned using IP Masquerena as material, cannot be destroyed through card effects. Very good catch, everyone, and we are, of course, absolutely making sure that the game state is staying correct here. Therefore, we are quickly rewinding a little bit. And now the question again, though, is, does Tammy actually have a way to get rid of it? Oh, wait. Actually, oh, they're double-checking. Okay, the judge call is still ongoing. So let's make sure that the judge is having a proper read here, having a proper understanding of the situation. It's a very unusual situation for sure, just giving your opponent a Promethean Princess and then figuring out whether it can be destroyed, because the wording of AP Masquerena is kind of strange there. Okay, that looks like we have a fist bump there, meaning the game is over. So okay, no, that was not the concession. That was just a fair play fist bump. All right. So we're making sure that this situation is being handled properly here. Let me, for a quick second, throw it over to myself. Let's bring on the Cashless Cam. Here we are, of course, following the entire action. I hope you guys are appreciating that. In the meantime, I will still have a look at the field and how it is developing. And now, of course, Tammy has to figure out, with that IP Masquerena, protecting the Promethean Princess. Because I think that is now what they're currently settling on. It's a super strange situation. And as a judge, you never really stop to learn, do you? Because like, there's always new situations coming up on the fly. You have interactions of cards that you have never seen before, and therefore that was a new one that I also, in that case, have never seen before either. And so, of course, it makes sense to just follow it all through, to be completely sure about the situation. But I think they have now decided on how to handle that eventually. Oh, sorry for that, but here we are back to the table. Also, make sure that, sadly, whenever I'm going to my face cam, the timer will be reset. So the timer, we have the judge taking care of the timer, but the current timer is not quite accurate. So the judge has made a decision, though. We had to set a monster, and we apparently had no way to deal with that Promethean Princess, as it is apparently still protected. So that is something we learned there. Promethean Princess is still protected from being destructed, even though the opponent situation is interesting. All right, and that means we could only attack over the monster. Yeah, that Promethean Princess really put in the work there for Dave. It was a funny kind of interruption, but it was an interruption that worked out in the end. And there is the handshake. We have the game concluding. That was an uncommon sighting there of that Promethean Princess being summoned on the opponent's turn. But eventually, it turned out to be the correct tool for Dave to win the entire game, to also win the entire match, and therefore Dave is now one of our duelists that is still undefeated in the tournament, 5-0 with his Snake Eyes strategy. Tammy rather, still in a great spot in the tournament, 4-1 overall. She already was quite happy to have the feature match. She was like, hey, I'm actually performing pretty good here for the first time, so keep it up. Definitely great performance. Great showing there with the very cool new combos, searching out the Nemesis flag, bringing out the Protoss. That was pretty unique, pretty neat. We're going to be right back with a winner's interview there with that said Dave that piloted his Snake Eye deck there to victory. So, see you in a minute with me and Dave and the winner's interview. And here we are with our round 5 feature match winner, Dave. You brought Snake Eyes to the tournament, and so far you could say it's going pretty well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going pretty well. It's also pretty comfortable because I'm just back from Bulgaria for different stuff.
Yeah.
And I have only been playtesting till like Tuesday, and that's it because I'm playing Branded for like 2 years ago.
Okay, okay.
So that's really it. And I started, or like 2-ish years, because I started playing like last nationals.
Okay.
So yeah, it's pretty good.
And why have you decided not to bring Branded then?
Because of D-Barrier.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a very good argument. Yeah. Everyone is running that card at the moment.
Everybody is running it. And I'm like, you're already like, when you play against Snake Eye, which is like the most popular deck in my opinion.
Yeah.
When your opponent just has like 3 hand drops, you're already like are in a kind of like awkward situation, and you cannot push through like an extender and a starter. So it's like super awkward to play with, and then D-Barrier on top, it's like nothing. Like
I understand that totally, for sure. That is definitely a huge hit to the deck, that this card is again so relevant in the meta game. And instead you play Snake Eye, and we had a pretty interesting situation there in game number 3, wasn't it? Because you decided, which I have seen for the first time to be honest, to go into Promethean Princess with your IP Masquerena effect as a chain to that triple tactic talents, of course. And that made you give your opponent, Tammy, that Promethean Princess so she could only summon fire monsters there. And then also we had that, then it was also protected through IP Masquerena, so she could not destroy it, and she could in the end not deal with it at all. So that was the winning move in that game.
Yeah, I was really happy because I was thinking like you're fire locked, and like of course like Manadium doesn't really play that many fires. Like Nemesis flag, okay, sure.
Do something with that,
do something with that. But for the rest, like the only thing I can really think of is like normal summon and make Griffin. But that's the only thing I can really think of. And like when you're already in that situation, like if they take IP, that's you don't have to do that. If you take Apo, I lose.
Yeah,
so
for
like
sure.
This was a like a play that progressed my game state, and as well as like locked them out of like potentially.
For sure, and I mean you found it pretty quickly, to be honest, as well. Like you were pretty quickly responding. You were summoning out the Promethean Princess, even though it was such an advanced play. And I totally agree with you that it was the correct play in that situation, because that talent when it was activated, I thought like, okay, that might be the game changer. That might be completely turning this around, because you cannot summon SP anymore, because that immediately gets negated by Apo, and she just take that. So that would have been wild. But you made the correct call, and overall going super strong with you being 5-0. What other decks did you play so far?
Branded, I had like Labyrinth, Voiceless Force, that type of kind.
So
I didn't play against Snake Eye or like Tenpai yet. I'm really happy with that, because I don't really like to play against Tenpai.
So are those the decks also that you are most afraid of? Maybe Tenpai specifically?
Yeah, Tenpai I'm most the most scared of, just because of like lots of things that go wrong, even though it's not in your control.
Sure.
That's also like a reason why I at first was debating to play Branded, because it's like I feel if you lose, it's more in your control than Snake Eye, because if you play the mirror, it's just a hand trap war. But like in the end, I just stick with like Snake Eye, because it's the best deck.
Yeah, and I mean, you're proven right so far. So what's your goal? Are you just going to take it all down? Are you going to win it for
I just hope
this
to
weekend?
make top 16. I think after like a nationals of like a 1 year that you have like an improvement on. I think just like hitting top 16 is already like a far enough reach for a goal. And if you make further, cool.
Sounds great. And I mean, from there on, you can just vibe, right?
Yeah.
In top 16, then every game on its own, and then maybe you will make it all the way into the finals. Yeah. So let's see. Maybe we see you back for another featured match. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Everyone, keep on watching, because round number 6 is coming very soon. See you for that in just a minute. Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the Dutch National Championship 2024 here from Den Haag. I'm live at the venue, and we're about to go into the 6th round of Swiss, which is the second to last round of the day. And yeah, today 7 rounds of Swiss. Tomorrow then another 2, and then leading into top 16. We again have 2 players for the featured match. Both of them so far have already gotten 1 loss, so they are a little more on the edge already, because so far we mostly featured undefeated duelists, but now with 1 loss already. Additionally to that, they're friends of each other. They played against each other in preparation for this event, but now they will have to play against each other here in round number 6 of this tournament. Let's get into the action. Round number 6 of the Dutch National Championship, starting now between Sebastian and Steven. Here we go. There is the fist bump, and we're getting into the action. And it seems like Steven is starting, and we see Steven has brought the Brandon strategy, which is less popular lately because, and there is a pretty easy answer, and for example, I talked about that with our last round's featured match winner, who was also playing a lot of Branded in the past, but nowadays, right now, with everyone, or at least so many people, side-taking Dimensional Barrier, it's definitely a little tougher to bring a Branded deck to the tournament, but Steven so far having success overall. And he starts things off with his 60-card version of the deck by normal summoning Quem, and Quem is going to send that Albion into the graveyard. And we are now going to... Oh yeah, we send Fallen of Alabas to the graveyard there. Oh no, we're just immediately going to resolve Branded Fusion that isn't met with anything. And there's already Branded Lost on the field. So those are perfect circumstances for Steven. Finding the right cards here in his 60-card deck in his opening hand. And we are going for the Fusion Summon of Albion. And next up, we're of course going to trigger the search effect of Branded Loss. Searching ourselves, that does look like Tri-Brigade Mercurier to me. And we are going to now, of course, also resolve the effect of Albion. And I'm pretty convinced that this is going to end up being... Oh, okay. I was about to say this is probably going to be a Mirror Jade, but we're going into Lubellion instead. And I like that option because Lubellion now means that we can leave that Albion on the field. And leaving that Albion on the field here is going to be crucial because we want to, of course, send it to the graveyard for the Lubellion that we send to fuse it out. The thing about that, though, is that I don't think we have another target. Or let me check actually with the deck list. Is there another target for that Lubellion in the deck? And does not seem like it on the first look. It's tough to overview 60 cards, but on the first view there is no card that you could activate there anymore from the deck with that Bestial Lubellion. And Steven is not done just yet. Mirror Jade has found its way onto the field. We bring out the Bestial Lubellion. Both Lubellions have now joined the party. And Steven, yeah, not announcing the effect by the looks of it. There is no more card, but we do go into the end phase. So honestly, somewhat of a simple, somewhat of a minimalistic end field that Steven created here. But we do know the Branded deck because it has been around for a while now. And that Branded deck can just make very much out of even what appears to be very little. So in the end phase, first of all, we're going to use the effect of Albion to bring that Branded in red to the field, setting it and now giving it over to Sebastian. And Sebastian has brought an interesting strategy because he... it wasn't expected from him to bring any hand interaction because his deck doesn't rely on that. He's just playing a controlled strategy, but he's playing some interesting cards in that controlled strategy. He's playing the Horus cards, first of all, of course, but besides that, he's bringing some very, very cool normal summons, and hopefully we're going to see that. First of all, though, we're going to get rid of the Kashtira Fenrir that he special summoned. Oh, look at that! That is Trade-In! A card that I haven't seen in a while, and Trade-In is going to be used to discard the Imsadi. And we'll follow it up with the Terraforming. But yeah, I'm hoping we're going to see some of those normal summons because we haven't seen those cards in a while. And now there's... Ooh, that is interesting. So in that deck, we have multiple field spells. One of the field spells that is pretty obvious for a Horus deck is going to be the FOMS, recently released. And the other one is going to be the Kashtira field spell. And here we do go for the Pressure Planet Race Off. And we're going to grab ourselves another copy of that Kashtira Fenrir. The first one was dangerous enough for Steven to immediately get rid of it with the effect of Mirror Jade. But now the second one, for now, is going to stick to the field. And it's also going to resolve its effect to search. And we are going to search ourselves a copy of Kashtira Rysart from our deck to our hand. Also, the only copy of Kashtira Rysart in our deck. This is a one-off here. Let's see what's next. I think Sebastian has a pretty interesting game plan here. He's playing plenty of very, very cool cards that you don't see in a lot of different decks. He's, for example, playing Rainbow Bridge of Salvation as an additional way to bring out field spells from your deck. Sorry, my brain was freezing for a moment. But now, that does look like we are going to go into our extra deck, summoning out a rank 7. Usually you see this card in pure Kashtira decks, but now we're also going to see this card here for Sebastian and his Horus control strategy on that, and that is Big Eye. And Big Eye is going to use its effect, but that effect is going to be negated by Tri-Brigade Mercurier there. And now he's considering the options. So, honestly, if I would be playing against Sebastian there for the first time, I would be like, okay, this looks like a pure Kashtira deck to me. But now there is the activation of the field spell, the Horus field spell, which would then be my surprise moment. To be fair, he started with trade-in discard Mseti, so probably the surprise factor was already out. But in general, that surprise factor wasn't here in the first place, because Steven and Sebastian, as I was saying earlier, are testing partners. They prepared for this event together, and therefore that info already was available to Steven, and he knew those Horus cards were coming at some point. But now it's on Steven. We are going to use the effect or activate the Branded in red. We're going to fuse together with that Mirror Jade there, apparently. And what are we going for? Is this just going to be Dragostapelia, maybe? Oh, okay. That was all the fodder for a Guardian Chimera, so that is, of course, even better. And Sebastian has no way to respond to this, as Branded Lost is face up on the field. And therefore, we can trigger the effect of Guardian Chimera, protected from that Branded Lost window where your opponent is not allowed to respond on the summon or do anything basically on the summon of your monsters, of your fusion monsters specifically. And now we're going to search a card with Branded Lost, and we're going to destroy and draw cards as well with that Guardian Chimera. The also powerful Guardian Chimera versus any kind of control strategy. And Sebastian is playing that Horus control strategy here. Guardian Chimera is just a powerhouse. You want to see that card. You want to summon that card against control strategies because it just trades so well. And as we see, it is going to destroy the field spell plus the Horus monster that Sebastian summoned out there. And that is a Lava Golem coming now, though. Alright, Sebastian wasn't done yet. So far, only special summons have been made by him, so no normal summon, and therefore easily access to the Lava Golem. And all of a sudden, Steven doesn't look like he has anything to offer, and there now is Typhon coming down as well. And I love this interaction. For example, we had that in the Runic Sprite format, where Runic Sprite was like a really, really powerful deck. There, you could just, for example, with Wind Up Kitten, put the Lava Golem back to your hand. But now, we can just put that Lava Golem back to our own hand with that Typhon that we just summoned. That's pretty insane. Look at that. Just give it back to me. I will have it. You have no more field, but I can just go into the end phase. I mean, before that, we set one card. That one set card could be super, super, super impactful, though. Because in his deck, he's still running powerful trap cards. He is, for example, running There Can Be Only One. But also, he is running Skill Drain. So, that card there might be very, very good. But let's see, Sebastian, is he thinking to immediately activate a card here? He could. I mean, in general, though, Typhon is pretty good against Branded decks, because that, for example, means we cannot activate the effect of Mirror Jade anymore. Branded opening. Ooh, okay. That is instead going to be... That is instead going to be the way of summoning out the Dua Mutev there, I believe. Yep, indeed, Duamutev came to the field, but that means, yeah, I mean, it's cool to have the Horus control strategy online now with a Horus monster on the field, and also the trap card being live there on the field as well, but I don't know whether I would have not liked maybe the trap cards that I was talking about earlier a little more. I don't know whether this one is going to be enough. So he's checking the graveyard. Forbidden Droplet, trying to put in the work here. And Steven continuing maybe here. Typhon still sitting there. And Branded Fusion again. Steven has set himself a goal here in this featured match. And that goal is to activate Branded Fusion on every turn possible. And we are now 2 out of 2 here for this featured match. And this might as well be the last turn of this duel, as that Branded Fusion is going to enable him to do a lot of things. And all of those things are going to be protected still by the permanent effect of Branded Lost here. And we go on. We send a Despian Tragedy this time. Summon out Lubellion again. Lubellion is going to trigger with discarding. Ooh, that looked like Allure of Darkness to me. That is, of course, a throwback to the past. We see both players playing pretty original draw cards, I want to say, because Steven, even though he's just discarding it here and not using it, is playing Allure of Darkness, of course, one of the cards back in the day from Phantom Darkness, super old card, but still very valid. And on the other hand, we have Sebastian running Trade-In, which he also resolved on his turn. And look at these two. They're friends, as we said, testing partners. They're just enjoying their time here on stream. They're having a good time, chatting with each other. And now Steven is going to continue his branded gameplay. Yep, we're going to use Mirror Jade there. Together with the... Okay, so alright, I see. So we confirmed to our opponent that we do play 2 Mirror Jades. So there was another Mirror Jade in our extra deck that we could summon here. And then we summoned out the second one. And on we go. Are we going to be able to put up enough monsters here? But that's what I'm asking myself, because we really, like, we have the same problem as always. Against controlled strategies, you just cannot allow yourself to have the game going for super long, because at some point, as the name suggests, they're just going to take control of the game, and therefore you should probably be trying your best to end this as quickly as possible. Alright, but this ain't it just yet. Steven keeps on going. He now uses the effect of that Mirror Jade that he just summoned. He's going to send one card to the graveyard for cost, obviously, which here in that case is going to be Alba Lenatus, and the effect is going to banish that Typhon from the field now. We did previously negate Typhon with the Forbidden Droplet, and therefore we can now freely activate all of those effects and the Mirror Jade as well. Next up, Cartesia is coming to the field. Does he have enough here to go for game in just this turn? That is the important question. And we use the effect of Cartesia now as well, fusing away the Cartesia itself plus that Lubellion there. And we are going to make a Granguignol out of those two. Granguignol, of course, now on the summon, being able to send one card either from the extra deck or from the main deck to the graveyard, and it seems like Steven has decided the main deck is going to be what we're grabbing and what we're going to use for that effect. And what are we sending? I mean, he already is pretty set up. Yeah, he has a look there. And I mean, we already went through the Despian Tragedy, we already went through the Lubellion. So we're just going to send Bestial Saron here. But Bestial Saron, of course, is going to send Branded Retribution. So I like that. That's a good way of dealing with things. And that Branded Retribution can now, of course, keep the cycle going. Maybe give him another turn of activating Branded Fusion. Or, as we have in the last turn activated Branded in red, get ourselves a copy of Branded and Red here from the graveyard, which could help him extend even further here in this turn even. Where are we going? Which way is the right way here for Steven? He's definitely thinking this through, that's for sure. He's making sure to just... oh! Okay, we're in the battle phase, and as far as I'm concerned, that is not enough damage that he's going to be able to put up here. So Sebastian is going to have the pleasure of another turn. And yeah, as I said, every control deck loves getting turns, loves staying in the game for longer. Branded Retribution now being used, recycling the Branded and Red. Yup, successfully did so. So you might think, hey, we could still be in battle phase when we use Branded and Red and we summon out another fusion monster which then would be able to attack. But no, Branded and Red, of course, prohibits the monster that is summoned through that effect to attack directly that turn, and therefore that would have not been an option for him. Alright, and after Sebastian doing some damage on the life points of Steven in the second turn of the game, it now was on Steven to reduce the life points of Sebastian as well, and he now has stepped ahead. He's ahead now in terms of life points as well. It's a close one though. 5,000 to 5,100. Both being friends, they just don't want to get too far apart from each other in terms of life points as well. Alright, okay. And now Sebastian is invited here still to stick around in that game. And he is going to draw a card for turn. And let's see how much of his Horus engine he has online here. Oh, that is Imsadi! Imsadi discarding that Lava Golem that was still known, but there also is a Mercurier in hand for Steven. And that is enough. Sebastian cannot recover from that Mercurier. And that means that Steven and his 60-card branded strategy is going to be winning game number 1 here. And Sebastian will have to fight even harder now, because that means for him that he will have to win 2 games in a row from here on. And that, of course, is quite the task. I will have a quick look at his side deck. Oh, he has nice cards for going first, though, that he can bring in from his side deck. I see some Solemn Judgments there. Those are, of course, like the primary cards. This is like the going first card that you could imagine. Additionally to that, he already has the cards that I was talking about earlier. He already has Skill Drains. He already has There Can Be Only One. So he should be good to go here in the going first scenario. But also, of course, Steven is probably playing the deck in the format, the deck in the game right now, that is best at going second. Like, disregarding any kind of non-engine cards, if we're talking pure engine, if we're just talking which engine can break fields the best in current Yu-Gi-Oh!, I'm very, very inclined to say that is probably going to be the branded Despia strategy. And therefore, going second can sometimes be rough for branded players, though it actually seems alright. Let's see whether Steven can prove that concept here. But on the other hand, I'm also hoping, yeah, sure, let's get that Solemn Judgment in, but I want to see those normal summons that the deck has to offer. Last turn we used our normal summon to bring out Lava Golem, but there's cool stuff on the main deck as well there for Sebastian. And I don't want to spoil it just yet, but maybe we're going to see it here. There is some monsters in there that we have not seen in a while, but I want to see them badly again. But first of all, of course, the side decking takes place here. Sebastian is done. He apparently has a pretty crystal clear strategy on how to tackle those things. Steven probably just still trying to figure out how to get to 60 cards in the process of side decking again. Oh, I need to play 60 cards again? That are so many. What did I do to myself playing 60 cards? But yeah, everyone at home, you guys know there's a limit for your deck size. It has to be at the very least 40. You cannot enter a tournament, or you cannot enter even a duel of Yu-Gi-Oh! With less than 40 cards in your main deck. But also there is a maximum amount. You are only allowed to bring 60 cards. And Steven decided to take the maximum approach this time, and in this match so far that also has led to him having the maximum success in terms of winning games. He's up 1-0, but now it's Sebastian starting game number 2 here. Sebastian, yep, main phase, that is. King Sarcophagus, alright. Going to use that effect, discarding. That looks like dual motive to me. And we are going to send, I would assume, Imseti. Oh no, that's Happy. That is just going to be the Happy. And that does make Sebastian happy. Ooh, and we do discard triple tactic talents as well. Meaning we want to send another Horus monster from our deck. And now I'm pretty sure that is dual motive that now has found its way into the graveyard. But that was like, sure, we now have 3 Horus monsters in our graveyard. And we are showing that to Steven as well by summoning out all of them right now. But on the other hand, we also had to give up a couple of cards from our deck for that. From our hand even. But, I mean, we are about to get some new cards because we just summoned out Coach King Giant Trainer. Oh my! And did you see what he just revealed there? That is a super, super powerful field spell when your opponent's deck is relying on spell cards. That was Secret Village of the Spellcasters. Only question though is, Sebastian, after already summoning out those 3 Horus monsters there from his graveyard, is he going to be able to get another spellcaster onto the field to make that card super, super good? I mean, it certainly was a good hit there as the first card coming through there. And there is the normal summon I was anticipating the entire time. There is the normal summon, probably was just picked up through the effect of the Coach King Giant Trainer. Gen and Ken making an appearance again. Look at that. We are giving our opponent a monster, Gen summons out Ken, and we are... Now that we know, now that we got to Gen and Ken, it would have been cool to have that talent still in hand, but we discarded that earlier on for the effect of King Sarcophagus. But honestly, quite unique, quite cool take here by Sebastian to include Gen and Ken into his main deck. We are also now going to summon out that Aspie Little Knight. And Aspie Little Knight now banishing our own monster that we gave our opponent, and we did not have enough field spells yet. After already getting to that Secret Village of the Spellcasters, we are now going to resolve Terraforming to get another field spell. Okay, grabbing ourselves the Horus field spell there. Makes sense. But now we have to decide, do we want to keep the Horus field spell around, or do we want to keep Secret Village of the Spellcasters around? That's the real question here. Okay, we do go for the Horus field spell first. Maybe we're going to later on then replace it by... Okay, yep, that is going to be the search there, of course, first of all, of Horus, the Black Flame deity. Even that one is being played here in that version of the deck. Yep, quick read. Even though they tested so much together with this, that one has to be given a quick read. Even amongst friends, you need to be sure what every card of your opponent does. And... I mean, when they're reading it, we may as well take a quick look at Horus the Black Flame Deity as well. If you control a Horus monster and King Sarcophagus, you can reveal this card in your hand, then send 1 card from your hand or field to the graveyard to send 1 card on the field to the graveyard as well. Which is pretty good, honestly, because it's kind of comparable to Eldritch the Golden Lord. Okay, we now send Imseti from our deck as well. I think we have found a way to get a spellcaster onto the field, because Imseti, if I am not mistaken, has not been summoned out yet. There it is, Imseti coming to the field. Pretty sure we're going to replace our field spell. There it is, for a Secret Village of the Spellcasters. And that is also being paired up with another set card, and that's Secret Village of the Spellcasters. Against such a spell-reliant deck. Let me quickly count. 60 card deck in total, and there is... I want to say at the very least half of his cards in the main deck being spell cards. That is going to be quite the task. But we open up a way to... Oh my! We open up a way to fusion summon anyhow with the Cartesia. But that summon of Cartesia immediately being negated by Solemn Judgment. And both are giggling, both are laughing, but also both are picking up cards. 1 and 1. Sebastian equals the score. No comeback possibility here for Steven after that Solemn Judgment on the Cartesia. And therefore... another third game that we will be able to watch here with over 20 minutes left on the clock. This should be a treat. And now we will have Steven and his branded deck going first again. And looking at his side deck, I don't see that many going first cards that you would cite in there, to be honest. Interestingly enough, it's a super unique approach that I have not seen very often, because we are already running 60 cards in our main deck. And in the 60 card version of the deck, usually you see the Patchwork and Edge Imp engine being included in the main deck to even get to 60 cards. But here in that case, we see that Steven is siding 2 copies of Edge Imp and 2 copies of the Patchwork pack and therefore I don't really know what the matchup is where you would bring those in. Maybe you guys at home have an idea what the perfect matchup would be to bring these cards specifically in, whether those are specifically good going first, specifically good going second. But yeah, they are definitely in a side deck, and more cards in a side deck, actually very interestingly enough, are Nadir's Servant, another card you would expect maybe in the main deck, but it is also in a side deck. So normally, in deck building, people are focusing on bringing specific non-engine cards for specific matchups in their side deck so that they can adapt to the specific matchups that they might occur, that they might face throughout the course of a long tournament. But here, it more so looks like we're keeping it more general for Steven. He's like, these cards are good going first, these cards are going second. I honestly do not really mind whatever I'm playing against. I'll just bring in my good cards, whatever it is, going first or going second. Friendly fist bump before that third game between friends, and we're starting things off. Does Steven activate Branded Fusion again is the question. And the answer is, first of all, a spell card that is not Branded Fusion, and it is Gold Sarcophagus instead. Gold Sarcophagus. Back in the day, you would use this card to wait 2 turns to maybe get your Future Fusion, or maybe get Heavy Storm you were waiting for so long against the back row deck. But now, nowadays, of course, it's usually used to immediately banish a monster that can trigger its effect. In that case, that's going to be Tri-Brigade Mercurier. Mercurier is going to activate its effect when it is banished to search yourself a copy, I would assume, of Albion, the Shrouded Dragon here. Yep, indeed, that's the one we're searching. That is a good start, because even if there is not Branded Fusion yet, it might be our way into Branded Fusion eventually. And yeah, we are going to use the effect. We're going to send 1 card as cost from our deck to the graveyard. And which one are we going to send? Because, like, it sounds like a cost. You just send 1 card and you are then getting the reward of drawing into a card. But in that case, with the Shrouded Dragon, you gotta say it is like the cost, the sending of a card from your deck to the graveyard is kind of part of the reward, right? Because you are like using that card that you're sending there to the graveyard. In that case, a card that we don't necessarily very regularly see anymore in those branded decks. And that is going to be Branded Sword here that is sent there through that Albion, the Shrouded Dragon. And next up, have we found our way into a Branded Fusion is the question. First of all, as I said, we got rewarded with that Branded Sword, and we can now use its graveyard effect to get that Mercurier back to our hand. And I mean, that was a long and healthy way to get to a card that we can banish for the Allure of Darkness that we had in the hand all the time, I assume. Is that going to be the Mercurier, or did we find something else that we are trying to get rid of here? Maybe a Despian Tragedy or something? Look at that! We did indeed draw into Despian Tragedy there. So we did already trigger Mercurier, but we didn't trigger the Despian Tragedy yet. So that's a great pickup for him here, that he can immediately banish and capitalize by searching himself a copy of... In that case, I would guess that would be Aluber. No, that is Ad Libitum. So I'm assuming Aluber is already in his hand. Yeah, there it is. Aluber, the Jester of Despia, is being normal summoned here. And we're going to grab ourselves a copy of the card that the entire deck is centered around. The card that makes this deck so good. The card that is going to be resolving here because no Ash Blossom and Joy Spring is being activated in response to this. It is Branded Fusion. That's why this deck is called Branded. That's why this deck is consistently being successful at big tournaments. And this is why Steven right now is grabbing his extra deck to summon out a fusion monster which is most likely going to be Albion. Again, all the Albions coming in here. We have the main deck Albion, we have Albion the Shrouded Dragon. We did not see the Sanctifier Dragon yet, but maybe that one is coming here now as well. Next up, we're going to use the effect of Albion. And probably go for... Yeah, go for Lubellion. It's kind of... Even though it took us a while to get to that point, in the end it is kind of the same that we did in game number 1 as well. Discarding Ad Libitum now for the effect of Lubellion. And that's so good. Like, we already had the Aluber, so we could afford to search Ad Libitum. And now that Ad Libitum in the graveyard, of course, is a great target. An even better target than anything else for a potential Branded and Red that we can set up here. So I'm a big fan of being able to search that Ad Libitum there. I'm, in general, a big fan of including that card into the deck, because that is sometimes a card that is being cut by some players, but I really do like that Despia package that the deck still has to offer. And we are not done yet. This time we can summon out Lubellion again, but also, as we did not draw it, we can activate from our deck the copy of Branded Lost there. I mean, it feels so much better. Like, he had it in the first game, but this time he gets it for free. He can just say, hey, Lubellion effect, I want to activate that card from my deck, and immediate +1 has been applied. What's next? Is there going to be more? We saw in the first game it was somewhat minimalistic. Still enough it was. But yeah, that seems like the end phase, where we are going to set that Branded and Red. And it's going over to Sebastian, I'm assuming. Yep. Over it is. And Sebastian is smiling when he picks up that card for turn. Is that an indicator that he drew like a really impactful card here? Or one that he didn't want to see? Okay, Fenrir again, and that's why they're smiling. Sebastian is like, I'm going to do the same thing that you are doing. You are activating Branded Fusion every turn. I'm trying to summon Kashtira Fenrir every turn in my deck. So both of them having a challenge here, besides the actual match. Besides winning the match. Okay, no response to the summon of Fenrir this time. We activate the Foolish Brutal Goods next. Yeah, I was talking about that card earlier on, and here it is. That is going to be the Crystal Beast Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. For a second I lost the name, but the Rainbow Bridge of Salvation can banish itself from the graveyard, and you will be able and rewarded with... Oh! Kashtira Rysart somehow is finding its way there into the hand. Okay, so I'm now understanding what is happening. I was just like, first card grabbing is going to be the Rysart, but it was Chainlink 1 Fenrir, Chainlink 1 Rainbow Bridge of Salvation being chained, meaning we could search out the Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon, but also we could search ourselves a copy of the field spell and that Kashtira Rysart that was searched off of the Kashtira Fenrir. And I mean, that was pretty decent card advantage right away. We traded... Okay, yes, we have the Lava Golem again. We're kind of playing the same game that we did in Game 1. In Game 1 it wasn't enough, but maybe this time it is enough. Because we now also have access to the field spell, which I don't think we had in that first game. Lava Golem taking care of 2 monsters. Let's not forget, there is still that Branded and Red in the spell and trap zone of Steven, meaning he could capitalize. Okay, but first of all, Kashtira Rysart is going to activate its effect, summon itself out to the field. But that does also mean that when that resolves, and it does resolve, Sebastian will from now on be locked into Exceed monsters. He cannot summon out any other monsters from the extra deck besides Exceed monsters. So cards like Aspie Little Knight and such are not an option anymore. But first of all, we're going to make that Rysart a level 7 as well. But Sebastian, does he have more? So far, Steven does not even seem scared of what's being put up here. He did not even consider to activate Branded and Red yet. But that's Flare Metal Dragon being summoned there. And Flare Metal Dragon certainly is an interesting decision there. I was maybe expecting Big Eye to come down again, but on the other hand, what are you really taking there with Big Eye? Therefore, maybe that is the way to go here with the Flare Metal Dragon. And now that card makes Steven think. That card makes Steven think on whether he wants to just go after this Flare Metal Dragon now, because if we let that Flare Metal Dragon attack, and then let Sebastian get into the main phase 2 with it being still on the field, of course, with so many Exceed monsters in our deck, or in our extra deck rather, Sebastian has included Zeus as well. So we definitely, at the very latest in the battle phase, have to think about that possibility, and we definitely have to make sure that Flare Metal Dragon is being taken care of. And next up, what's next? We activate the effect of Imseti. And we discarded Nibiru for it. Oh, look at that. We are bringing in some hand interactions from our side deck. There's 2 Nibirus in a side deck. So even though in game 1 you don't really have to fear anything against Sebastian, then in game 2 and 3 you might look out because there might be a couple of hand interactions coming your way. So Imseti grabbing 1, drawing 1. Fantastic card. Now coming back to the field. There technically is no King Sarcophagus on the field, but the field spell is treated as King Sarcophagus, and therefore we can just bring out the Imseti there. Activate King Sarcophagus, and Steven is really waiting very, very long, but he has now figured it is time to activate Branded in Red, targeting at Libitum. Is there a response? No, there is no response. Or is there? No. Okay, we do get that at Libitum to the hand. We do use both of our monsters on the field. One of them, of course, belongs to Sebastian. Fusing our way into, once again, Guardian Chimera. Guardian Chimera can now trigger also, yep, it will be Chaining 1. Chaining 2 will also be at Libitum. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Branded Loss would be Chaining number 3, and that's how it is. And as we know, there's no way to respond to that in the first place because of Branded Loss being on the field. So, there are... Okay, yeah, what's really important here is they are writing down life point damage as Sebastian has set up Flare Metal Dragon there on the field already. And that means, of course, every effect that is activated will cost Steven 500 life points. And when you look at the clock, you can see that there is less than 8 minutes left in this round. And therefore, maybe Sebastian, even though that Guardian Chimera looking good here right now, maybe that is a way for him to still have a shot at winning this third game, or this entire match, rather. So, we are summoning out Mirror Jade through the effect of Ad Libitum, that is able to bring back a fusion monster from our graveyard, and now we can use that effect again. And what's next? I mean, we kind of have to get rid of the Flare Metal Dragon soon. Definitely have to get rid of it somehow. Oh, we decided to get rid of King Sarcophagus and the field spell. So, Steven has decided the monsters that are already on the field are no problem for me. The only problem I have is with the King Sarcophagus and the field spell constantly being around, giving them an opportunity to just summon out more and more and more monsters. So, therefore, okay, there is Lava Golem now again, though. Number 2 comes there, and we have Desires as well, so Sebastian keeps on going. The second Lava Golem, clearing the second Mirror Jade as well. There is now a Lava Golem sitting on the field, and apparently nothing else that Steven could do. He needed to use that Mercuria negate from his hand on the effect of Imseti on the field, and that Desires might now draw into really powerful cards, not gonna lie. And we already have 2 big monsters on the field. Life points of Steven are already diminished due to the burn effect of that Red Eyes Flare Metal Dragon. Or that Flare Metal Dragon, rather. And now, this could be enough, honestly. Let's see. Typhon coming down over the Imseti. We're going to detach the Imseti. Get that Lava Golem back to hand. Oh, Sebastian lost this trick. Just
recycling it over and over again. Back to the hand they go. Sebastian, I think saying, if I have calculated correctly, this might just be game. And even if it is not game, even if he's not attacking for the remaining life points here, that flare on Metal Dragon on the field is going to be a lot. And yep, he's pointing it out. There is the fist bump. Sebastian, in that pretty exciting game number 3, is going to turn it around here with his Horus control strategy in a very unique way, with a very unique take on the deck. We saw Ken and Gen being in there. We saw Tradens being in there as well. We saw Lava Golem really putting in the work with the double Lava Golem even there in game number 3. And then, of course, the Flare Metal Dragon really helping him to push through that field. That honestly, that was an exciting game. Usually for Horus control strategies, sometimes it can be kind of slow. It can be a long and draining game where nothing really happens for quite a while. But this one was just real action all the time. We even saw him going for a turn where he would eliminate the entire life points of his opponent in a singular turn through a big branded setup that he had there. So honestly, I'm excited to see more of that deck. Still X1 in the tournament, therefore already guaranteed for a spot into day 2, with still having a decent shot at making the top cut even. But yeah, it seems like we are not going to have a winner's interview for this round, but I will be back in just a little bit for, of course, the last round of Swiss for today. Round number 7 still to come. I hope you guys at home are still excited about it. I hope you guys are excited as I am. I probably will try to get Jubel on feature. I know we have a lot of Jubel fans at home, and therefore I would love to see that as well myself. But definitely make sure to tune in for the next round. That one is coming in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned for that. For one last time for today, welcome back to the live coverage of the Dutch National Championship here in Den Haag of 2024. And we have round number 7, the last round for today of Swiss on our hands. And it is going to be, of course, followed by 2 more rounds tomorrow. But for today, this is the ultimate round and it is going to be happening right now. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's get into the action. Over to the table we go. We have Niklas and Thomas facing off against each other, and they are now allowed to start, ready to start into the action. They go. And he starts things off with activating Wanted into the Diabellstar Witch. And yep, that is it for the moment. Now he's thinking. Thomas, on the other hand, of course, has a deck that is very, very popular, that a lot of people, of course, love. And that is going to be the Tearlaments strategy that he is piloting here with major success so far in the tournament, still being only with 1 loss throughout the entire tournament. He paired up his Tearlaments cards together with the Horus cards that have been quite popular today. We saw them together with Snake Eye. We just saw them as a somewhat poor control strategy, but now we see them paired up together with the most expected version of the deck, I would say, together with Tearlaments. Okay, we're going to place that Flamberge into the spell trap zone there. And let's see how this continues to go. There comes Oak. Oak activating its effect. We bring back the... or we bring out the Snake Eye Ash. Everyone, we are aware we are currently fixing the camera, so give us a second and then we are going to be fine with that and we can enjoy this last round of the day. We just searched out Poplar. Poplar has used its effect, summoned itself to the field as well. Now, it seems like we're going to go into the extra deck for the first time. And yeah, what is it though? Niklas cannot decide just yet. Niklas, one of the German players making their way over to the tournament here today. Okay, we're placing that Flamberge back into the spell trap zone. Continuing to link climb here into... what is this going to be? I'm assuming this could be... was there an... okay, that is... yeah, that is Celine here. We are using a spellcaster, of course, so that does work. Celine activates its effect. We have in total 3 spell cards available, one of them being a Flamberge, but currently being treated as a spell card, of course. And therefore Celine will gain 3 counters, making herself able to summon out a spellcaster from the graveyard. We bring out Appaloosa there as well. And that means we are safe to activate the effect of our Snake Eye Oak there. And no response from Thomas. I mean, any kind of monster effect you would try to use here would be met with the negate of it anyhow, of that Appaloosa. So we are going to summon out... oh, that is actually one that I didn't really expect there. I mean, we already went through Flamberge, so it does make sense that we just bring out the Snake Eye Diabellstar there instead. What is next, though? Does Niklas have anything else? He's considering his options. Looks like we're going to activate the graveyard effect of Wanted. Trying to draw an additional card. Is it going to be a meaningful one here for this game number 1? Because Thomas, with his Tearlaments strategy that he has entered the tournament with, is going to definitely apply a lot of pressure even going second, because that is what that deck is designed to do. It can do so many things. It can just go for a lot of summons, as we've seen plenty today. The Tearlaments strategy for sure over a year ago was the complete powerhouse, was like the main contender in the meta game. At this point, it has diminished a little bit. Definitely is still viable, but it's not played as much as it was back in the day. We are going into into Promethean Princess now. Promethean Princess will use its effect, bring back Snake Eye, Flamberge. The Flamberge Dragon is there. Flamberge now, of course, going to use its effect, trying to put that IP Masquerena into the Spell and Trap Zone as well. And what is next? So far, Thomas just looking at his hand. I think I see a couple of trap cards, and he just doesn't really do anything so far. Okay. Yo, that is interesting. I like that approach of Nicholas. I was really questioning whether just going for the Bestial Dispater and the Omega package in the extra deck, still the Synchro package, just replacing Baldur's Savage Dragon and replacing Baron de Fleur is the way to go. And in my opinion, it is not really. And Niklas therefore decided we are not going to do that. We are instead going for the pure Link approach, and we are going for that Pit Knight early there, which I love. Pit Knight early is such a beautiful and interactive card with our opponent, and that's super, super... I like that. I like that as part of our end field. I think that was first kind of discovered and explored over in the OCG, and now people are adapting for it in the TCG as well, and Niklas is one of the people playing this here in the tournament. But over to Thomas's, and Thomas just starts the turn off with the classic normal summon Rhino Heart. That is being negated by the Appaloosa. Okay, we are also going to activate the effect of Tearlaments. Oh, that is interesting. We let that resolve. We let the Tearlaments Kashtira resolve, and we have to banish Tearlaments Salik from our hand. I mean, when Niklas sees that we're activating Tearlaments Kashtira in our hand without having any cards in our graveyard, I kind of get just letting that through, but now the on-field effect to send cards from the deck to the graveyard, maybe that one is the one that he wants to negate instead. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I now just realized it wasn't even possible to negate that card because we went just Chainlink 1, Rhino Heart, Chainlink 2 Appaloosa to negate, and then of course when we chain it, as it is a quick effect, the Tearlaments Kashtira, then we're not able to negate it anymore, as Appaloosa is only once per chain, of course. Foolish Burial next, though. After we have decided to also negate the effect of Tearlaments Chiron on the field, Foolish Burial, of course, is a way to keep on extending here. What is the card of choice going to be? Which card are we sending? We played 3 copies of Tearlaments Salik, so it was no surprise that we did draw into that one. Speaking of 3 copies, though, how about now being able to play 3 copies of Destiny Hero Malicious again? And one of them has just been sent to the graveyard through the effect of Foolish Burial. And yeah, thanks to the recent update of the Forbidden and Limited list, we are again able to run the full, and that means 3 copies package of Destiny Hero Malicious. Summoning out another copy now by banishing the first one. And yeah, as I said, like Tearlaments certainly is a deck that can just summon out a lot of monsters with ease. And Nicholas now probably trying to figure out whether he wants to do something about all of that. But so far, no response. So far, only the 2 Appaloosa negates. We're putting in the work already, and let's see whether Niklas wants to do anything else besides that at some point. So, Thomas, you have to find a way to do this now. I mean, honestly, maybe even just going into the battle phase here is kind of appealing, just because we have monsters on the field with decent attack points. We can run over the Appaloosa, we can run over the Pit Knight early. Yeah, look at that. We just go into the battle phase. The Destiny Hero Malicious is going to attack over the Appaloosa, dealing 800 points of damage, and then we can also attack over the Pit Knight early, of course. Yep, Pit Knight early, also gone now. So, seems like we didn't really get to activate the effect of Pit Knight early there on the field. I was praising this package, I was praising Pit Knight early, but here in that case, it didn't do too much, it didn't get to activate its effect, because there's a very special need. There's a time where you can only activate the effect of Pit Knight early, and that is when a monster that is pointed to by a linked monster is activating its effect. Then you can activate the effect of Pit Knight early to target one monster on the field, negate its effects, and also put its attack to 0. Now, on the Summon of Dark, we decide to trigger the effect of our field spell, of our Snake Eye field spell, bring out IP Masquerena, immediately use the effect of IP Masquerena, using itself and the Flamberge Dragon to bring out Aspi. Aspi is going to be used to banish the Dark, and we're also, of course, going to use the effect of Flamberge Dragon in the graveyard to bring out 2 more level 1 fire monsters. And Thomas now, with 2 cards left in his hand, those 2 cards have to be good, not gonna lie. If he wants to continue to push here in main phase 2, that is definitely required to have some good cards there for him, for sure. Specifically, Pit Knight early even itself needs to point to the monster that activates an effect. So it cannot be any monster pointing toward a card. It has to be Pit Knight early pointing to a card with his link arrows to then negate a monster on the field. So, Thomas, any way to extend, any way to stay in this game? Because if this is just the end of his turn, there is nothing more happening, and Thomas is not making any more happen, and therefore Thomas not able to capitalize. Nicholas with a very solid first turn, and his Snake Eye strategy takes down game number 1, and therefore is closer to going into day 2 with an X1 record. And let's face it, we have 300 players, we have 9 rounds of Swiss in total, as there's 2 more to come tomorrow. Going X2 should probably be a very, very, very good record to make it into Top Cut. It could even be that all the X2s are eventually going to make it into Top 16. So if you therefore make it into day 2, already having an X1 record, you are even allowed to lose a round, and that seems pretty good. Just winning 1 out of 2 for tomorrow seems to be a pretty comfortable situation. On the other hand, losing here in this round right now, and it immediately puts the pressure on you for the entire day too, because you cannot allow yourself to lose anymore. You would just have to sweep through in day 2, and even then, there might be possibilities of maybe not making it, as I'm not 100% sure whether every X2 is going to make it into Top Cut. Okay, over to the side decking we go, and we of course are very satisfied with that Tearlaments strategy. Oh, and there's some interesting side deck technologies. One is standing out to me. It's not going to come in here in that matchup, because it is very much designed to be sided in against Tenpai. But a card I haven't seen in ages, Electromagnetic Turtle, is making a comeback as well. It being able to go into the graveyard and then, yeah, denying the Tenpai players what they do best, do stuff in the battle phase. And therefore, that is now their tag to tackle the Tenpai matchup, Thomas' tag to tackle that matchup in total. But besides that, I see there can be only one, which is definitely decent versus the Snake Eye strategy, so I expect this card to come in. But besides that, nothing too crazy that I would see for going first. On the other hand, looking at the deck list of Niklas, is there crazy going second cards that I'm looking at? Oh, we do bring in the Nibiru, we do bring in Kurikara, especially the Kurikara seems very, very promising against Tearlaments decks. And on the other hand, we also have one singular copy of Juris Worm, but that is also combined with another copy of Juris Worm in the main deck already, and a Magnamoot chilling in the main deck already too. And therefore, in total, we could make that 3 Bestials, but let's see whether those are being drawn here. First of all, though, Thomas is going to activate the effect of Imsadi, discarding himself a copy of Tearlaments Salik. He loves opening that, searches himself King Sarcophagus, and draws an additional card. Nothing on resolution from Niklas there. And we activate Tearlaments Scream. And we also activate the effect of Tearlaments Kashtira, banishing, this time from the graveyard, which is so much more convenient, so much better. And now our task is to mill a bunch of cards as we can trigger both of the effects of Tearlaments Scream and also Tearlaments Kashtira. Oh, but that wasn't too beautiful. It kind of only was Tearlaments Salik. I mean, Tearlaments Salik is guaranteeing us to search for a play there from our deck, and in that case, that is going to be Tearlaments Rhinoheart. But when you're milling 6 cards, you kind of want to get more than just one effect off. But so far, we have to only be satisfied with that one effect to immediately be activated. Normal Summon Rhino. Yup, Rhinoheart does what it's doing best. It is sending one Tearlaments monster from the deck to the graveyard. That is Halfness. Tearlaments Halfness is going to activate its effect in the graveyard too. Nicholas quickly checking. Maybe thinking about activating one of those Bestials I was talking about. But no, we are just going to use Halfness together with the Msati. And we're going to Fusion Summon out from using materials from our graveyard to bring out Mud Dragon. Mud Dragon and Tearlaments Rhinoheart are immediately going to be combined. Rank 4 summon of Bahamut Shark. Bahamut Shark is going to use its effect, detaching the Rhinoheart. So it looks like Thomas has a good setup here, because when you're doing Be Totally Awesome early on, I would assume that there is more to be expected. King Sarcophagus, sure, that one was searched, so we even knew about that one. And we're going to bring out another copy of Msati as we milled another one, and they're also as happy, so I think this one is definitely a decent setup, and we're in for a treat here. We're in for some serious Tearlaments gameplay. There comes Zombie Vampire now. That's a good rank 8 to play if you're a Tearlaments player. Using those Horus monsters very, very good by allowing ourselves and our opponent to send the top 4 cards from our deck to the graveyard. And then we can decide one monster to summon. Ooh, the last card was a Merly. I was about to say, just milling spells and traps here is not good, but that last card is a Merly, so that could be a good card to summon out. And yes, we do settle on that card to be summoned. And now we trigger the Merly, and we also trigger the Scream. And also, as we banish the Salik, we can even trigger the effect there of Tearlaments Grief in the graveyard. Oh wait, it's Heartbeat rather. And Merly is going to send some more cards from the top of our deck to the graveyard. What are we finding this time? That is a Malicious. Oh, there's another Malicious though. We take one Malicious, but why the second one? One Malicious is perfect, but another one is not great. Until a couple of weeks ago, that would have even meant that you would not be able to activate Malicious at all anymore. But now, with free Malicious being legal, that of course still means that you can at least summon out one more from the deck. So, Thomas, where do we go with that? We still have so many monsters on the field. It has been a common theme today with the Horus engine, and that is probably what is why the Horus engine is so appealing to so many players. It's printing monsters on the field basically. You have so many monsters that you can use for different kind of purposes. As we see, we can go into Exceeds with it. We can just link them off. Honestly, by just watching all the Horus decks today, I want to play some kind of Horus deck again myself, because this engine is just all so powerful. So, yep, we can still, as I just explained, use the effect of Malicious, as there is a third copy of that card in our deck. The deck is getting thinner and thinner with all the Tearlaments effects resolving. Of course, there isn't even that many cards left in the deck. Best case scenario would be to just somehow bring another level 6 monster to the field to then go into Beatrice, but it doesn't look like we have access to that. We're going to link off the SP and the Malicious to go for Sprite Sprint now. That is interesting. And there's only one Merly in his deck, so what even would be the level 2 monster that he wants to send here? I'm kind of thinking maybe he actually just wants Sprite Sprint as an interruption, because there is Exceed monsters on his field. He could just, when his opponent is summoning, oh my, we do have the Nibiru, and we're not even responding. Hold on, why did we not try to negate that with Totally Awesome? He wasn't even trying to negate the Nibiru of Totally Awesome there for some reason. So Nibiru resolves Totally Awesome has just been tributed away. And now we use the graveyard effect of Totally Awesome. Maybe Thomas is like, hey, I'm actually better off resolving this, because that meant that Merly was used. That Merly went through the graveyard through Nibiru, and we could trigger the Merly. Now summon out the Destiny Dangerous from our extra deck. Also, additionally, one card that could profit off of that would be Triple Tactic Talents. And if we would have negated the activation of Nibiru with Triple Tactic Talents, that would have meant, with the Totally Awesome, that would have meant that we could not activate Talents, because then it is treated as it never would have been activated, because the activation was negated. But in that case, after resolving Nibiru, we can have a proper look at our opponent's hand with the Triple Tactic Talents. Yeah. It looked weird at first sight, but I mean, these guys know what they do. They're here, X1, round 7 at the Dutch National Championship, but now Thomas is shaking his head, because we see there's a Witch, we see there's a Bonfire, we see there's a Wanted. Those options are good for Niklas. I think we go after Bonfire, and still there's Snake Eye Ash and Wanted left in the hand. So Niklas definitely has a great hand to play going second. There comes the effect of Malicious. Malicious summons out a second copy from the deck. And as I said, we may be struggling to get 2 level 6 monsters onto the field, but here is Thomas just getting those and getting Beatrice onto the field as well. Dangerous is being detached. We send one card from our deck to the graveyard. That is Trivi Karma. Trivi Karma now is being used, banishing itself to search out for either a Polar Rhino or a Salik. But I think we already searched for Salik, and therefore there would not really be the need for that anymore. So, oh, is there a target? He was contemplating. Come on, Thomas, we need you to make a decision, and it looks like we decided on Tearlaments Grief, ultimately. That was not the card I would have expected, honestly, but there it is. Okay, we now use Grief. Okay, Grief is our way to keep on playing, basically, because now we can get Shiren to the graveyard. Shiren is using its effect, using itself as one of the fusion materials, of course, but also, what are we going for here? We're going to use that Rhino Heart. Okay, I see. That is leading into a very clear direction. Shiren, Rhino Heart, and Totally Awesome are going to make up for a pretty nice Tearlaments Kaleido Heart, of course. Thomas brings out Kaleido Heart defense position. Now, of course, meaning we can shuffle that Nibiru back into the deck. And even though the hand of Niklas is powerful, still, the field that Thomas put out here through that Nibiru isn't bad either, and he has complete information about the hand of Niklas. Yes, he knows that there are strong cards waiting for him, but he knows which ones those are, and therefore, I think this could be good enough. I'm satisfied with what Thomas put up there, because Beatrice gives him a lot of flexibility. We have Tearlaments Scream being potentially able to also give him good cards from the top of his deck being milled whenever something is summoned. So, and then there also still is Tearlaments Salik set in the back row, which he added back off of that Tearlaments Heartbeat. Okay, but actually, we just have to check something real quick. There comes the effect. Oh, there's Cosmic Cyclone for the Salik, so Niklas actually does have a response. We're banishing the Salik there real quick. And we're milling 3 cards off of Tearlaments Scream. Hold on, everyone. We need to see how this plays out. Thomas performing a fusion summon here, of course. Going for Dragostapelia on top of all of that. And yeah, that was the only card that was unknown there. It was the card that he drew for turn there, that Cosmic Cyclone. Every other card was known due to triple tactic talents resolving. But that Cosmic there, coming in very, very clutch, not gonna lie. So, considering the options here, I mean, it's still, like, there's still that Kaleido Heart on the field. Kaleido Heart can be triggered on purpose, reactivating the effect of Beatrice as well, and therefore that is going to be quite the challenge. Okay. Going into Anima, of course, we purposefully placed that Nibiru token in that zone, and therefore we are going to be able now to go after it with the Anima. But first of all, we're using Poplar to put the Flamberge into the Spam Trap zone. We aren't going to respond to Anima's effect being activated. Yeah, again, Thomas knows what's expecting him now. That Cosmic Cyclone, the one unknown variable in the hand of Nicholas, was early on activated, and therefore now he plays only against known cards. Diabolstar Witch coming in. Original setting. He sets the original with that. Thomas, does he have additional answers from his hand? Or is his field maybe even going to be enough to deal with what Nicholas is trying to put up here? At some point he will go for Beatrice. We just have to figure out what the correct timing is. We just have to figure out when we want to go for that Beatrice, because that pretty certainly means that we're not only going to send something impactful from our deck with Beatrice, but also that will be our timing to activate the effect of Kaleido Heart. We now go into Dark. We go into the Dark Charmer. And honestly, with the Dark Charmer, that kind of feels like a bait. Because when your opponent summons out the Dark Charmer and you have the Beatrice Kaleido Heart combination going, it almost, to me, looks like he's saying, hey, don't you want to shuffle away that Dark here? Because that Dark otherwise is going to capitalize heavily, but we are just first of all going to use Tearlaments, Kashtira, and we are going to mill 3 cards from the top of our deck, and one of them is Tearlaments Rhino Heart. But can we activate the effect of Tearlaments Rhino Heart? Looks like we can. We summon out Rhino Heart, discard a copy of Salik. That even is a pretty decent discard there. And I'm also not 100% sure whether we have Mujora or Kaldo in the graveyard there, because if those are in the graveyard, that Dark honestly doesn't fear me a single bit, because we can just shuffle back our own cards and then we have no problem with that Dark even activating. Okay, that resolved. We do decide now to activate the effect of Kaleido Heart, and we have a scoop. We see Thomas with his Horus Tearlaments deck taking down game number 2. Score is equal. Score is even. We are going to go into a third game. We are going to have the last game of the entire day, and hopefully we're up for another good one, because that one honestly took some interesting twists, some interesting turns in between, with totally awesome not negating Nibiru, but then it all making sense when we saw the tactics in their hand. But yeah, maybe we have some more of those interesting game states here for this up-and-coming third game. But for now, we will first of all see whether Niklas has any dedicated going first cards here. And one card that I could see being problematic for Tearlaments, equally for it to be like, it's problematic for Branded, but it also is problematic for Tearlaments, of course. Dimensional Barrier, and that card is everywhere, but let me tell you something, it's not in the side deck of Nicholas. Nicholas took a more traditional approach. We saw that card in the last round as well. We are maybe going to see Solemn Judgment coming in here again, because that is one of the side deck cards. And also, there's Anti-Spell Fragrance, which for sure is going to be a card that is coming in here too, because that can be a threat against any kind of Tearlaments player. Especially when it is the Horus variant of the deck, because you cannot activate that King Sarcophagus when there is Anti-Spell Fragrance face up on the field. So, Thomas apparently done with his side decking. Nicholas still making final decisions. It did look kind of promising when Nicholas drew that Cosmic Cyclone. For a second I was like, okay, that could be the one card that would be able to give him the advantage here, that give him the chance to play through this. But Thomas still, he wasn't impressed. He was completely calm and he was completely sure that his field there is going to be enough. I also was excited and impressed by how quickly he decided not to negate that Nibiru with his Totally Awesome. That was interesting to me. Okay, but here it comes. Game number 3 for a last time for today, because this is the last round of Swiss for day number 1. We are going to see some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Being played out, and Niklas is the one starting things off, and he is showing us that it's not only pure Snake Eye, but that there is Kashtira cards in there as well, as he discards the Kashtira Birth for the effect of the Abel Witch. But we are chaining Hafnis, and are we milling something good? Ooh, those were not the hits we were looking for. We did get to mill the top 3 cards of our deck, which could have snowballed into so many different things. Of course, Fusion Summons, the main thing we were looking for, but that only were 2 kind of useless cards, and then Trivi Karma, which in theory is nice because it gets us to another card, but it doesn't get us any impact here on our opponent's turn. It is not helping us to immediately put on pressure on our opponent. And we get to special summon out the Poplar. Poplar searches out Temple. Temple is being activated as well. And we are going to put one of our cards from the deck in the Spell and Trap zone now. That's usually either Oak or Snake Eye Diabellstar. Or Flamberge Dragon even, but it is in that case going to be the first option I was thinking of, that Snake Eye Oak. Using Ash, sending Oak in itself. This is where the Flamberge Dragon comes in. Yeah, just a very solid opening here for Niklas. Just the standard combo pretty much that he's able to play out here. And no, please note that also he has not normal summoned yet, so if there is some kind of cool normal summon, that might still also become a factor here. Link to IP Masquerena, using the effect of Flamberge. Sure, let's bring back 2 monsters, but let's also use the effect of Poplar to put Flamberge into the Spell and Trap zone, and now we're going to make 3 monsters out of those 2 because Snake Eye Oak has not used its effect to bring back 1 monster from the graveyard. Then the Link 3 is going to be summoned. The Link 3 of choice of any kind of fire deck. Of course, the card from Phantom Nightmare. Of course, Promethean Princess. Promethean Princess is going to use its effect, bringing back Poplar. And Poplar and Promethean Princess are going to be linked off into... What is that going to be? Is that Raging Phoenix? Oh, it's Hita. Okay. That is telling us that we're just going to go into Selene here, most likely. Yeah, true. We just go for maybe Appaloosa Flamberge. That could be the setup that we're trying to set up here. Selene going to bring back the Diabellstar Witch. Both the Selene and the Diabellstar Witch making place for Appaloosa. And Appaloosa versus the deck that Thomas is piloting versus Tearlaments. Specifically Tearlaments Horus is just very, very, very much a powerhouse. Try activating Amseti from your hand when your opponent has Appaloosa on the field. It ain't doing too much. You are just discarding 2 cards and your opponent only loses 1 negate of their Appaloosa. So that is definitely a problem here for Thomas, seeing that Appaloosa on the field. Next up, we have 3 cards that are being set to the Spell and Trap zone. And I was telling you what kind of options there are for Niklas. So is there an anti-spell fragrance? Is there Solemn Judgment? Those would be crucial, of course. But first of all, there is the field spell. There is the Pearl Rhino. But that is met with Cosmic Cyclone. Okay, so we still kept in the Cosmic Cyclones. Niklas paying 1,000 life points here to get that Pearl Rhino immediately off of the field again. Now, going to the deck anyways. Yeah, resolving the effect of Trivial Karma, searching ourselves a copy of Tearlaments Scream. Alright, how to approach this. This is actually a really good way to play around that Appaloosa. I was just saying Appaloosa, big threat to the Tearlament strategy, but when we have the option to go Chainlink 1, Reinhardt, Chainlink 2, a spell that is not affected anyhow by that Appaloosa, that is pretty solid stuff. So that Tearlament Scream certainly helping him here to play through stuff. And Solemn Judgment though on the summon of Reinhardt. Solemn Judgment on the summon of Reinhardt. I think there is some confusion because Thomas, it looked like Thomas was already announcing Chainlinks. So I think they will have to clarify now whether Niklas was still thinking on the summoning window. But yeah, it is confirmed. So we did pay half of our life points in that case, 3,500 of them, to negate the summon of Reinhardt. Now Reinhardt is going to use its effect, discard another copy of Reinhardt. There's also a drop. Oh, I see. Yeah, we discarded another copy of Reinhardt to trigger... Oh no, even better. So I now picked up what happened there. We activated the effect of Reinhardt in the graveyard. That was met by Appaloosa on the side of Niklas. And that was met by the Forbidden Droplet of Thomas. And now even better, we did not have to discard for our Reinhardt anymore because the last Tearlaments card that we had in hand was sent as cost for Forbidden Droplet. And in that case, if you already activated the effect of Tearlaments Reinhardt legally, you can still resolve it without discarding anything. So actually a very sweet sequence here for Thomas that could somehow still get him ahead here in this game. And we do mill pretty decently well here again. Oh, yes, we do get to resolve the effect of Tearlaments Shiren here. Thomas is fighting his way into this game. And additionally to that, he only has to overcome 3,500 life points here. As Niklas did not only activate that Cosmic Cyclone, but also that Solemn Judgment. Not gonna lie, Solemn Judgment maybe not the perfect card against Tearlaments, because we just saw it actually enabling the Reinhardt in the graveyard. Looked like a really good setup for Niklas, but Thomas is just completely in this. And he also even is ahead in life points here right now. And we are looking into a Link 2 apparently, or not. We do. We use that Rhinoheart that was summoned from the graveyard, therefore it is being banished. Together with Hafnis, and we are going into a Dark. This is intense. This is very intense, and this again, to me, like the last game Niklas used this technique, but now Thomas, or me, kind of baiting either the Princess or the IP Masquerena. But in that case, we do go after it with the Princess. We're chaining IP Masquerena to the Princess as well, so both of these things are going to come in here. Interestingly enough, Thomas did not decide to protect from that Princess, because we have that Muddragon there face up on the field. So we could have just, before summoning out the Dark, activate the effect of Muddragon to protect from any kind of targeting effect that we have there with the Princess. But maybe Thomas was alright with this. Maybe he was alright with that. Okay, we are going to now have a look at the graveyard, using the effect, of course, of Modora, ruling out the effect of Lumberch Dragon. So we were pretty fortunate with sending that Mudora there from the top of our deck to the graveyard, playing around the effect of Flamberge, which is just the endless resource of this deck. And now the question is, do we have something to search off of Dark? Is there still a Dark monster with 1,500 or less defense in our deck that we can grab off of this here? And there is! There's Shiren! Shiren is such a huge extender. I'm sure we already used the graveyard effect of Shiren, but that doesn't mean we already used the in-hand effect. And that means we're going to get a monster onto the field if we have another card to discard. That is a monster, and also we're going to send 3 additional cards from the top of our deck. I think Thomas has a chance of actually getting here, even though there still is an SP. But let's face it, we can play around that SP by just having the Mud Dragon. There comes Talons. We held that Talons until now. We held it for super long, but here it comes in handy. I think Nicholas is out of cards in hand. He only has 1 card in his back row. And I'm almost certain we just announced the effect of Talons to take control, chaining SP Little Knight though. Chaining SP Little Knight, banishing Promethean. Okay, take control of SP Little Knight there. That is almost game on the field. Or is it even game on the field? We have Malicious in the grave still. He's on 3,500 life points, and Nicholas is shaking his head. He is shaking his head. I think we have game on the field here. I think Thomas is in a rush playing through the field of Nicholas here. He is going second, going to do it here in game number 3. I think he is securing a X1 finish after day 1. And indeed, Horus Tearlaments going strong here. Going successfully into this game 3. Going out of day 1 with an X1 record. What a show that Thomas put on here. Going second. I love this. So, I hope all of you guys at home also loved that game. Loved that Tearlaments gameplay. Tearlaments still going strong. I hope all of you guys also enjoyed the entire coverage here that we had of day 1 of the Dutch National Championship here 2024. It is only the beginning of the national season, but so far, only with day 1 being done here, it is already quite the great start. I hope you guys appreciate us bringing, or me bringing you guys coverage of it, bringing you live commentary. And of course, today was fun. We saw some really, really exciting and fun games, some great decks overall. Really exciting new stuff. Vaymonica, of course, maybe was the biggest surprise of the entire day, but now still the beloved community deck. Tearlaments also putting in the work, showing up with a beautiful game 3 there. And yeah, tomorrow, it's going to come down to a winner. We're going to play 2 more rounds of Swiss, and then we're going to go into top 16, into the knockout elimination stages as well. And you guys better not miss out. It's going to be the same starting time that we had for today. Thank you everyone for joining for day number 1 here of the Dutch National Championship. Again, tomorrow, 10 AM in the morning. Don't go anywhere. 2 more rounds of Swiss. Exciting games happening all day until a winner for the first National Championship of Europe for the entire season. See you tomorrow. I will be back. I hope you guys will be back as well. So, see you very, very soon. Until tomorrow, 10 AM. Goodbye.